Erica Lorraine Spencer here. It's Friday, January 8th, 2021. I want to get the third parties that are monitoring me via traffic right now. It is currently 8:49 a.m. They're sitting at Euclid and Holt. License AW34SO5, 5MJB037, 8JTE063, 5OBT749. They're driving west on Holt in the turning lane. They're turning south onto Euclid Avenue right now. That would be seen on the traffic cameras they're monitoring. The state's fake sun is right here standing, I'm sorry, not standing, but positioned right over me because this fake sun remains over me all day long. And I am standing in front of what is motor in. Third-party group stalkers as I turn on my phone, exiting 150 East Holt, turning down the street, which is Lemon right here, in order to cross path as I'm turning on my phone and traffic is at a standstill. San Bernardino County, vehicle number 0200640, license 1566755, crossing path under the fake sun. Third party, crossing path 4WSR091, crossing path under the fake sun. That is monitoring. Omnitrans engaged in that number 2343 at the Lemon and Holt Boulevard bus stop, engaging and monitoring with the state. License plate 7N10184. What I wanted to, this is just for purposes of the timestamp where I'm at and who is present, and also these license plates that I am speaking to. In real time that are present. The state is also directing light all around on the sidewalk as they're crossing paths. So they are monitoring, okay? 5ZGC930. Third party group stalker in black pants, looks like an Asian male or Latino male wearing a blue face mask and a jacket that's zipped up, blue at the top and black on the bottom. Communication device in hand, walking away from what was the Omnitrans bus that would be on camera. He's monitoring, he's crossing path. Quickly coming over to my location across the street at Lemon and Holt. While Omnitrans, that's called stalking with activity. Omnitrans is using the bus to make audible activity. Does the same thing while I'm at the museum. The state amplifies the sound of its speaker, which is well over 200 feet away, but you hear it very loudly and clearly while I'm at the museum near the entrance, and Omnitrans 8387 is on the opposite side of the street of Euclid Avenue, using it as a means of audible activity as it loiters in relevant position just like it's doing right now. It's monitoring now, and it monitors while I'm at the museum, and it monitors everywhere I'm at as it's crossing path while I'm walking outside or inside of any building where it's also in relevant position. Let me get license 8Z30414, license 7JYK007, license, let me see, 111111 South Lemon. That's an address. They're monitoring. And they are definitely monitoring. I've referred to their security cameras before for purposes of documentation of the police stalking over here on this back street at the museum, and third parties that were engaged in stalking, and they promptly turned off their camera. And while they were engaged in P.O.C. with the fire department and the police the next day, they are monitoring. State's fake sun is over their venue. It's P.O.C. You have a car over here with no license plate on it at all. They're so funny. What I want to capture is a POC with regard to the county building engaged in what is bathroom monitoring, and they've been doing this every time you use the bathroom there, they're monitoring. And literally the state's fake sun is over the center of that building, all day long, in the morning and in the afternoon. License plate 7XJM968 with a handicap plate, crossing path right now, coincidentally exiting as I approach the parking lot. That's what group stalkers do. They wait for the opportunity to engage in activity whereby they are able to engage in any noise creation or crossing path. Most of the time when they're crossing path, they're going to be creating some kind of noise as well. What I want to focus on is 150 East Holt. Inside, you have them engaging in what is bathroom monitoring, the ongoing use of what is random noise that occurs with simultaneity to my movements in the bathroom. That is the ongoing pattern. And it sounds like a random horn, just like some sort of air pressure horn. It just sounds like a rather horn that occurs as I am engaged in movement in the bathroom with simultaneity, to my movement. It's the same pattern. It is the same means of creating activity that is noise while I am engaged in movement. That is also used with regard to the elevator. Third-party group stalkers positioned and using the elevator, which is directly aligned to the bathroom. And the sound of the beeping elevator is loudly heard inside of the bathroom, and that beeping sound of the elevator is a means of audible activity for monitoring while they are listening to me move. And this is that which they use while I'm standing at the sink. This is that which they use while I am physically indisposed, engaged in necessary movements on the toilet, using the bathroom. All right, they're using that for purposes of monitoring. Understand that is the touching, that is the sexual touching. Not only are they aware of your physical indisposition while you are physically indisposed, they're aware of that, and they're intentionally creating activity because this is a pattern. It's not an ongoing randomness that is occurring. They are creating activity with simultaneity to your very movements. It occurs, it follows you. That's what stalking with activity is, and that's what they do at all places at all times, including inside of any private space, such as a bathroom, or even if you are in a private residence, or what you think is a private residence and you're being monitored. It is not a private residence, and activity is created based on what you are doing when you are doing it, because you are the leader. So this activity follows you, and that is literally touching you. And understand, based on the nature of the crime of monitoring, this is how a public entity and the third parties that are monitoring with that and on behalf of that entity, they're the ones that are standing around pushing the elevator button while they're listening to you and monitoring and creating that activity such that a public entity can monitor you in that space. While the state creates also an environment, placing a fake sun over that building, over that environment where you're at. Understand that is the sexual violation. Everyone on Hope Boulevard, by the way, is monitoring. This is how expansive, and this is what is that which surpasses what the ordinary person can fathom, but this is the reality of the system. This is demonstrated by the group's ability and pattern of being present, of making sure that they are creating activity and keeping you surrounded at all times. That is not based on ignorance, that is based on specific knowledge and awareness in real time as to what you're doing, when you are doing it, and where you are doing it. This is demonstrated by strangers equally, okay? And this is documentation of what are third parties acting with a public entity. Now, engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring is an exceedingly violent sexual violation of the targeted individual, and I am demonstrating, this is more documentation of as to how they are engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring while you are inside of a private space. And this is not unique to 150 East Holt. This is that which is occurring at every other venue where I'm at, including anybody's house that you're at. They're a third party and they're monitoring you. This is exactly what Tracy Banks is engaged in while inside of the private residence of Woodside Senior Apartments. I've literally been to every kind of venue that you can fathom, including being homeless on the street and using the restroom in public spaces, and the behavioral pattern is identical, and they are engaging in that as a group. In the government, the state is stalking in the identical same manners. And so you are looking at what is a pattern of conduct in the ways in which a public entity is engaged in sexual violence. Being assigned the status of federal group stalker, is a sexual offense, an exceedingly violent sexual offense. And I'm going to identify third parties by license plates that are present here in the parking lot because they were engaged in that again. They continuously engage in this conduct using the elevator specifically. So you have them engaging in, that's audible activity while he's creating light activity. 6UMY593. State's fake sun is right over his car while he's backing up in front of me, aware, engaging in monitoring before I came to the parking spot. This is a white male, looks to be about in his late 50s, or a Latino male, basically, wearing glasses and a hooded sweatshirt and a Kia Soul. That's again 6UMY593. Engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. 8BJH625, 7VIM467, 8CDG641, 8GHF207. This is a California exempt. It's a Corolla. 1595309. 6YKZ058. 5FQP397. This is J7A4. Sorry, J7A4A94. And this is 6TJB109, 7UKJ296, 7WJD933. And it is currently 8:58 a.m. What I focused on yesterday was, and what I continue to be focused on, is the documentation with regard to third parties and their license plates. And this is relevant to that, but this is what I want to speak to. What I did not mention on my podcast yesterday, Thursday, January 7, 2021, was the bathroom monitoring conduct upon leaving the museum, which I'm not limited to that, so I can go ahead and document that now on my podcast. Upon leaving the museum, Ontario police are in position at the traffic light in relevant position, and engaged in that very familiar manner of being present in my path, stalking via traffic, just like every other third party. And this is while I am en route from the museum, and the state's fake sun is directly above me, so this is ongoing context. And let me be clear, the state's fake sun is significant basically for it's probative on more than one more than one basis. Okay, first of all, this is not the sun, and this is what my documentation establishes. And in addition to the fact, it is not a mystery, and nor to remain a mystery, nor anything intricate or elaborate to decipher where the actual sun is, and it is not anywhere over Hull Boulevard whatsoever. In addition to that, what I've documented is the impossible conduct that the state has engaged in with regard to even comparing it to the actual sun. That's the significance of it, because it prosecutes every single third party that is acting with that state. Because why are you stalking with a light source? Because that's what it is. You're stalking with a light source because you're monitoring with communication devices, and light is key to monitoring on a massive scale with communication devices. And that's what the state is doing, and that is how the state also acts to literally convict everyone that is acting with it. In addition to the fact that you have Ontario police that are present again in the path, like every other third-party group stalker, engaging in group stalking and monitoring, in position at the traffic light as I am walking from the museum, absence of coincidence, and you have them present as I approach the county building, the state's fake sun over the county building, and this is as I enter in the Allied Universal security guards, third parties, engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring like everyone else. And the named third parties, as I enter into that venue, the group of males standing in alignment to the wall of the restroom. This is relevant with regard to where you are at. Not only, I mean, they're monitoring, and by they, I mean the state and third parties all in relevant position, engaged in real-time knowledge of what I am doing inside of the bathroom, okay? And this is not limited to the Allied Universal employees. I'm speaking to what is occurring as I'm walking inside of 150 East Holt, and it is relevant for purposes of prosecution. And it is perverted conduct because they are not just monitoring, you are violating the person, and it is sexually motivated because you're monitoring while they're in a private space. You're aware that they're removing their clothing, their genitalia is exposed, you know what they're doing when they're doing it, and you're intentionally creating activity using the elevator, and that is the pattern. It is occurring with simultaneity to your very movements. Right? The same pattern occurring everywhere else. That is monitoring inside of a private space, and that is sexually motivated. That is predatorial. That is perverted and demented. And that is the behavioral pattern. Okay? The state does the exact same pattern using airplanes and helicopters. Stalking with activity using that manner of activity creation with simultaneity to whatever it is that I'm doing, when I'm doing it, where I am doing it. That the state is doing the exact same behavioral pattern, okay? They are doing it inside of a private space while you are physically indisposed. That is a sexually violent violation. Okay, and this is group conduct. It is exceedingly violent, okay? And this is that which is shared amongst group stalkers. Group stalkers are engaged in an identical behavioral pattern. And so this is Jay Ortega. That's one name that I identified with Allied Universal, standing on the opposite side of the wall, while third parties are all in relevant position. You are subject to an ongoing violation everywhere that you go to use any restroom. There is no privacy, and this is what I'm showing. And so you just continue to document, and with regard to who is present, where you're at, all the elements that remain present at all times, the hallmarks remain present at all times. So I am engaged in documenting that which is occurring everywhere I go. License 7 CUH 959 creeping behind me in the parking lot under the state's fake sun, while another third party has entered the parking lot. License plate AV33K65, which is a paper plate on an exceedingly old car. It's P.O.C. And so they are listening to every word that I say, by the way, like the psychopath that I continue to document. They are engaged in keeping me surrounded as I stand in the parking lot. I am speaking to Allied Universal. That was yesterday, January 7th. There were 3 male Allied Universal employees standing on the opposite side of that wall. Understand they're in relevant position. They're monitoring me while third-party group stalkers are repeatedly using the elevator button for purposes of stalking with activity, while at the same time I am engaged in movement and activity, meaning it is occurring with simultaneity to my any change in activity, any sudden movements that aren't expected. You are always surrounded with the creation of activity and always surrounded by presence. That's the element of relevant positioning. That is the group stalking. You are always physically surrounded. The state is keeping you surrounded with light, and the state is keeping you surrounded with activity. That is audible, visible, and or sensational activity. And so this is January 7th, Ontario Police in relevant position at the intersection. State's fake sun over the building. Third-party group stalkers stalking inside of that building as I go into the restroom. And maintaining activity while I'm inside of that bathroom. And that is yesterday, which I wrote down. I wrote that down. I want to go ahead and mention it now because I'm documenting the same conduct today. This is a pattern. It is in conformity to the same exact pattern. And so this is 150 East Holt, a venue that has already been directly utilized for purposes of the state stalking with light. So it is already established that P.O.C. with regard to monitoring is occurring here. The state's fake sun is literally kept over this building because the state is stalking me with light up and down Holt Boulevard everywhere that I go, okay? And so, again, recall my documentation. I literally took images and video of the state's fake sun over this very address where I'm using the bathroom in the morning and where I am subject to the criminal elements of monitoring as I am dictating it to you in the same way that I did not in any way hyperbolize the fact that a fake sun is over this building at 9:06 in the morning and 2:58 in the afternoon. And I've also captured video that I've already published of the state's fake sun literally over B&G Plaza at as late as 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. And this is, that would be, by the way, east of this location at 150 East Holt. That is impossible light activity. How is the state's fake sun going to, well, it's the state's fake sun, that's how. How is the actual sun going to be behind where it is captured earlier in the day? Meaning not moving westward, moving eastward. Okay, it's engaging and remaining directly where I am. And I am just speaking to that which is a hallmark that exists here at this venue. And while I am subject to bathroom monitoring, and that is a sexual form of violence while you are monitoring with the state, okay? Engaging in creating activity while I'm inside of that venue, engaging in relevant positioning all around via traffic. They are monitoring in traffic. This is how expansive the system is, and that is a means of monitoring as I'm using the bathroom in that public space. It's the same thing at Stater Brothers. That entire parking lot, the entire grocery store, Ontario Village Plaza, okay, San Antonio, Holt Boulevard, you're talking about monitoring with communication devices. This is the significance of the state stalking with the use of sirens, okay? They are monitoring. And I am subject, the targeted individual is subject to that level of invasion in that private space. They are all engaged in real-time monitoring, listening, observing, engaging in that hovering, obsessive observation such that they are present and creating activity, which is concentrated where I am, inside of that bathroom, for purposes of all of those people that are around monitoring with communication devices. That is unprecedented level of sexual violence and invasion of privacy that has never been addressed by federal legislation, and it needs to be. And this is my describing how a public entity is capable of doing so, and it is through all of the people that are around you. Okay, and so that is what is occurring at 150 East Holt, and it is currently 9:08 a.m. and I remain at the parking lot of the county building, and that license plate 5CUH959, that's a male wearing a deputy. Oh, we've got plenty of deputies documented engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. Good morning. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Are you with West Valley?
No.
Oh, are you the sheriff or what?
No, I'm a
Custody specialist?
Yes.
Are you with, where are you with?
Desert?
Oh, High Desert, but you're a deputy with the jail, right?
No.
No?
I'm a civilian working
Oh, you're a civilian working in the jail?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. This one, he has the exact same uniform on that they wear at West Valley. He's trying to make a distinction when there is none. He's a deputy. I'm sorry?
What was your question?
Oh, just whether you were a deputy. You're wearing an identical uniform
Yeah,
that
we do. We wear the identical. I work with deputies. That's what I do.
But I see your name, it says custody specialist, so I get it. Understood. Okay, so anyway, he's in relevant position and he is monitoring, and all of the jails are engaged in that. So that's P.O.C. Anyway, that is the state that's flying over. It's 9:09 a.m. and we'll go ahead and get a picture of that, even though I have enough of it. I'm going to focus on gathering third party. That's 8LR0613 turning onto transit right now as the state is flying over. Okay, that's group stalking. That's why you document third parties. That's the absence of coincidence. I just took a picture of the state flying over. That's Deputy Kaczynski crossing path with the state flying over in that commercial plane. Oh, and let me go ahead and get a picture of the state's fake sun right here over the museum remaining, okay? I have ample documentation of the state's placement of this fake sun in different locations over the same building, by the way, remaining all day long, including in the evening when the state is engaged in failing to imitate the quote-unquote setting of the sun, and so it literally changes the color and makes it appear as though it has backed up a little bit, meaning it has set at a distance when it is aiming light in the exact same location, and it has gone nowhere, and it is tantamount to being literally over the museum while I'm at B&G Plaza, aiming light onto B&G Plaza. This is stalking with light. It is demented conduct. It's that of a psychopath. It's demonic activity. That's what you need to know, but it is criminal and in no way impervious or in any way such that it's in any intelligent, sophisticated manner such that you cannot construe what the state is engaged in. It's very clear, it's very blatant, and all you have to do is document a public entity just like you document any other stalker. Any other stalker that you would prosecute in court, you present your proof against them for engaging in breaking the law in that manner, and that's exactly how you prosecute a public entity. You document it because it is a stalker like any other stalker that you would prosecute. There is no difference. Certainly there is no distinction under the law, and there needs to be federal legislation that directly addresses that. So I want to give you an example. That third party that I documented, that's what they do all day long. That female crossing path under the fake sun at the same time that a commercial plane, that is the state that is stalking via third party instrumentalities. This is how public entity monitors you. They're driving their cars, they're driving the company vehicles, okay? They're working everywhere around you where you are at, subject to their presence. That's how the public entity is able to monitor you. Okay, and that's why you document all of those. That's the absence of coincidence. That's called P.O.C. That is the P.O.C. Okay, Omnitrans number 2344, relevant position. P.O.C. It is 9:12 p.m. Pay attention to my documentation because Omnitrans is engaged in heavy federal group stalking and monitoring and criminal facilitation of federal group stalking and monitoring. License plate 8AUG 989, 8TWJ 884, 7LD 777. Let's see, 7TJ. Oh, I'm sorry, 7JTG 807. Okay, so as they sit at the traffic light, they're in relevant position, creating light activity, and the state is directing light onto the asphalt as they are moving their vehicles. BALUGA1. And let's get the Amazon Prime. I'm gonna get you to 8RYV984, 8K90348. Amazon Prime is engaged in monitoring with everyone else in the state's concentrated light in relevant position at the same venue where the state is flying over me in airplanes. That's Amazon Prime, license plate number 05168E2. The state using their planes to fly over my head everywhere I'm at. This is federal group stalking and monitoring. That's license 7LLD777, which I read already. License plate 7PBK245, license 40823Y2. While Amazon Prime drives past, that is driving north on Euclid, orange radiant light, reaching toward me as I'm standing on halt in the shade, by the way, okay? That's how you know they're monitoring. That was Amazon Prime. Engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring with the state. 9E90816. That's the same orange radiant light appearing as the state. I just showed you where the state's fake sun is, right? It's over the museum. So I am on Euclid Avenue where this is shaded. This is shaded area right here. Okay, not only is that not going to occur from the sun, you're talking about them driving in the shade and this orange radiant light, which is shooting in front of their vehicles, to the side of their vehicles as they are passing me. That is the identical behavioral pattern, 31936E1, okay? That's what they're engaged in inside of Mercy House. While they are walking in and out of the door is beeping consistently and the state is directing light onto my person. It is the exact same behavioral pattern. Understand that's criminal monitoring and it is demonic activity. That's demonic. The state's treatment with light is of the demonic. License 6WID421. I am referencing the traffic cameras. 8NFL762, 8HNS604, and as 8NFL762 is driving right past me, that is going north on Euclid, a bar of orange radiant light shooting toward the sidewalk where I am is passing. In movement with that car as it's passing my path. Impossible light activity, that's stalking with light. It's demonic activity, it's criminal monitoring. Okay, behavioral pattern. While Omnitrans is loitering in relevant position at the 8387, okay, monitoring with it while this light is occurring, while they are continuously crossing path. P.O.C. License 7B73913. License 8LCA722. License 7SLU704. Ontario, City of Ontario 1256864. Sorry, that was a City of Ontario vehicle. 8J91355. 4GDC 395. I can't really see that, but that was a Coca-Cola truck next to a blue Cherokee Jeep. 8CEA092. 8MCW517. So upon identifying what is the behavioral pattern, you are able to engage in gathering a whole slew of third parties that are monitoring with that state, because that is why the state is directing light all over. They are monitoring together. Amazon Prime likes to be documented, and so they shall be documented. They already are. They're group stalkers, literally stalking in their vehicles. Using them in the same manner that every other commercial actor engaging in relevant positioning and light activity in concert with the state while the state is stalking and flying over my head in planes and helicopters. Amazon Prime engaged in heavy federal group stalking and monitoring, and that creation of light activity is called criminal facilitation of federal group stalking and monitoring, such that they can monitor and everyone else around them can monitor as well. 6KVY261. It enhances their ability to engage in that criminal targeting conduct. License plate. Inland Empire Baggers 483082, 6SEF 081, 6WZP 004, 6XXU 223. Synthas is turning right now onto Euclid. 8FJA 802, 8RKK 695. Chicago, I got that one already. Chicago spelled with a Y, CHYCAGO. 8CSZ 698, 6JPH 906, 8MCL 006, 5SNT 798, 4HAX 049. I'm going to go ahead and cross the street now. So understand that this is all on traffic cameras, which are always beasts, especially because this is the area where I'm at, and this is a constant means of literally prosecuting the entire city, because this is key and central to everywhere I'm at. Even when I'm at Stater Brothers, this is relevant position, and they are engaging in monitoring at this distance. When I am at B&G Plaza, when I'm walking down the street on Hope Boulevard and they're patrolling up and down the street, license 6HBM820. And they are on camera doing so, including Omnitrans. 61 westbound right now in relevant position. The state's fake sun now directly over 150 East Holt, not over the museum. Understand that requires a migration north in order to be above this building, and it's 918. We don't even have to go into the discussion how it remains here all day long. That's P.O.C. and Omnitrans. I'm gonna go ahead and get a picture of that. Ongoing proof of its federal group stalking and monitoring conduct. This is engagement in relevant position in alignment to me, crossing path as I'm walking past, creation of light activity, all right, and engaging in the ability to monitor as the state is surrounding. vicariously through all these third parties, creating audible activity monitoring with everyone else. 8NSZ 945. That's P.O.C. It's currently, let's see, 9:18 a.m. 8CDM 072. 4EFB 421. 5WWM 494. And we have 8RCK 183. Understand the biker, the Latino male wearing khaki bottoms, a black backpack, a blue hoodie. He's crossing path like every other group stalker, okay? Engaged in monitoring. Ontario Police, crossing path visually. They are stalkers, always in relevant position. License plate 1379153. Oh, look who it is. It's Taylor. I'm shocked. Creating light activity, okay? Right here on camera. What's up?
I talked to Judy. I think just her showing your ID will work.
I don't have ID.
No. When I log in, I'll show her. So.
What do you mean?
You know how they don't have proof, like of your ID? Well,
No. They have proof, not of my ID. It's of the issue wasn't an ID. It was an address.
Oh.
They wanted address. I gave them an envelope with the address from Ontario, but they said, oh, because it's handwritten and not typed, which I don't control. They mailed it to me with my W-2. I requested, can you send me my W-2 that they never sent me, this company that I used to work for? They mailed it to the address in Ontario, which is the proof, but they hand wrote the address. They didn't type it.
Okay.
And because of that, I feel like that's so minor, but whatever. They were like, well, no, we can't accept it, whatever.
Are you going there now?
No.
Well, we have to go to a meeting real quick, but then I'll go there and I can talk to her about it.
So what you want me to do? What you talking about doing? Good morning.
Erica, what's your with the Karen?
With a C? It's like you don't know how to spell my name. So, my question is, what are you... Sorry, I'm gonna let this part back. What are you talking about doing?
So,
I don't have a...
it sounds like we just need to get you an ID with Ontario. We can just pick an address that works for you.
What address can you give me? If I'm
Well,
home?
you can do 5055 East Hole, which is the post office.
You can just put a post office address on the...
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then you can go in there and just get your rent.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I legitimately didn't know that. You just taught me something.
We actually, what's your last name? I forgot.
Spencer.
Spencer. All your stuff I left over there.
So you're talking about getting an ID and then
Well, it sounds like you need something with Ontario.
yeah.
Alright, well
That's what they said.
I think we can get Judy. But we're gonna go to this meeting and all that.
So you're gonna go you're talking about Judy getting an ID for me and then what? Then you're able to get a hotel room? Is that what you're talking about?
That's the whole plan, is to get you into a nice program where you're not homeless. Where you get apartments that they're building.
Oh, I heard about those. I heard those are for senior citizens though, but okay. Well, anyway.
The whole goal is they're nice. We like dealing with you. We're the homeless liaison.
Oh, you are? I didn't know that.
So half the homeless either don't want help and they want to use drugs.
Yeah.
The other half are actually hurting and they need help.
Yeah.
And you're one of the ones that actually we can help.
Well,
So
my
we'll
being
go
homeless
to
is.
your apartment.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, nice running into you.
Yeah, nice
Good to see you.
Hopefully we'll see you down there.
Alrighty, have a good one. That's audible activity, light activity, 1379153. Did you hear him close the door? He opened up his door and closed it. That was Officer Guerrero creating audible activity as I'm walking from the corner to the window in order to speak to Taylor. They are engaged in monitoring, and they're monitoring through the form of, oh, we're going to help you. You're homeless, and we're the homeless liaison. We're here to help. Light activity is surrounding from Omnitrans now to what is another vehicle in the center of the street with the same light activity on the top of the truck. The state's fake sun directly over all the same exact elements, and it also is a means of diverting my attention from all these third parties, 32545M1, and focusing it on the police, I guess, if you will. The state does not want me to document third parties, and I could not care less. They are criminals and perverts, even more so, because you're talking about a level of it being a psychopath. Why would you be so focused and honed in on an absolute stranger? I would never participate in a criminal system like this. There is nothing that you could pay me or tell me or threaten me with in order to do so. License plate 6RRD633. Look at this, traffic starts going. Go ahead. P.O.C. 7ZLD122, 6RZF413, 7WJU977, and they are driving west on Hope Boulevard. So, like I said, my documentation is going to focus on third-party identities. And I will be identifying as many as possible, because this is how you prosecute. Just like with any other prosecution of a stalker, you have to document them. And the people of the state of California are monitoring with this public entity, and so you have to document that conduct. And so having already established the state's pattern of conduct, understand everyone that I'm identifying that is in relevant position while the state is engaged in that ongoing pattern of conduct that I have already thoroughly published and demonstrated. That is the stalking with light, that is the ongoing impulse, and stalking with light occurs in more than one form, mind you. Like, I'm speaking to the impossible light activity occurring as third parties are also in your path. The stalking with the fake sun, that's stalking with light. The third parties that engage in aiming lights all around you and being in your path, creating light activity, that is stalking with light. Those are all methods of the same criminal element of stalking with light, because they're monitoring, right? It's group conduct. Everyone that I am identifying is engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring in concert with the ongoing criminal pattern of conduct that the state is engaged in. And so that's what needs to be understood. And that is the significance of everyone that I'm going to be documenting. And that is my focus now, because that's how you prosecute. You have to document the stalker. And this is group stalking. 7PEG828, 7KXL383, 8KBJ670, 6CRB447, 8FWN064, 4M29512, excuse me, 6CRF489, that is 751408C, that's an out-of-state different kind of plate. Light activity 268998, that's light activity on this van. That's beeping, I'm sorry, not beeping, but blinking light all over the van while it's crossing path. That's a means of creating light activity while they're crossing path. And so, like I said, that's going to be my focus now. Substantial, that has always been my focus, by the way. That's always been my focus of documenting. But even so, in documenting third parties, I am fully interested in, and it is necessary, I understand that it is fully necessary also to explain the significance of documenting the state's pattern of conduct and then documenting third parties, because understand, it is one entity. The state of California is the one that is monitoring you, and it is present and capable of monitoring you through all the people that are in relevant position. Relevant position is literally the group stalking conduct. That's criminal element number 3. If you are anywhere in the path, you are engaged in criminal monitoring. You're engaged in criminal facilitation of monitoring. And that is what the state relies on by the entirety, the entire group. There is no way that the state would be able to do so without the criminal cooperation, that is criminal presence. And yes, this is the criminalization of what the state assumed would be ordinary conduct, which you could never prosecute. That's not true, because when a public entity is monitoring you, everything has a legal relevance now. Because you are not just driving past, you are not just turning on your headlights or turning on lights in a room or turning on and on a flashlight or whatever it is that you assume is inconspicuous, but also unassuming. And this is understanding, because it's all under the context of what the government is doing. And the government is capable of monitoring you through that conduct that you assume is going to be looked at as totally unassuming. But it serves the purpose of monitoring. And if you are in any way engaged in any sort of conduct, including your presence in the path, that is criminal facilitation of the public entity's ability to monitor you. And it is monitoring you through that presence that you are having on behalf vicariously, on behalf of that public entity. And that exists everywhere you go and at all times, for so long as that public entity is engaged in criminally monitoring an American citizen, that targeted individual. And that is what group stalking is. And that is how every single last one is engaged in what is stalking on behalf of that entity. They are stalking as a group. They are maintaining presence as a group. And in addition to that, I have also demonstrated how they are not ignorantly doing so. They are intentionally and maliciously doing so. This is demonic group conduct. And this is demonstrated through the behavioral patterns. So you are engaging in documenting a stalker, that is the state of California, both directly. You're documenting the police, you're documenting the stalking via planes and helicopters, you're documenting the fire trucks and the ambulances engaged in the same stalking conduct while they're monitoring you, and you are documenting the state vicariously present as well with every license plate, regardless of what vehicle they're driving in, okay? Understand that is the form that the state is relying, and by form, that's a term of art, meaning the external appearance, the guise under which, the veil behind which the government is capable of being directly around you all the time, all right? Behind this mask, okay? Present when you're in the bank, when you're at school, when you're at work, when you're at church, okay? When you're at home, when you are walking down the street, when you're at your mailbox, where you're sitting in your car, where even if you are homeless on the street, when you're in any hotel, when you are at any place at all times, and they are there. That is the government that is there vicariously, and that is how it's able to monitor you, okay? And this is demonstrated as a fully cooperative operation, and the state is literally relying on the presence. And not only is it that which is a system in operation, like I said, I'm showing how, and I have already demonstrated how it is entirely malicious conduct, and this is shown through the pattern of conduct that third parties and the state engage in. It is an identical behavioral pattern of conduct. It is demented. Every single criminal element is of demented conduct. It's entirely demented. You are looking at what are psychopaths, okay, engaging in what was supposed to be entirely secretive, and it is not a secret anymore. It is criminal monitoring. It is that which is subject to prosecution in a court of law, and it is also that which is satanic activity. And so I am exposing both. Okay, I'm exposing the fact that it is entirely of the devil. Whether you believe the devil is real or not is not relevant to me. It doesn't matter. Understand that it is rooted in Satanism. Okay, every single engagement in every single element is rooted in satanic. It has a satanic root. Excuse me. And not only that, you have this which is being practiced by the government and through every single person around, as I have documented. Okay. The implications of that, you take that and do with it whatever you will. But that is the reality, and that is based on well-established, long-existing documentation. Okay? And you document a public entity, that's the bottom line. You document a public entity like you document any other stalker. And so it is just unprecedented, the fact that the stalker happens to be a public entity. And it is in no way whatsoever exempted, superior to, or impervious to any sort of law or prosecution. And not only is it in violation of existing federal law, but I.I.S. federal law, which I advocate, and based on my being subject to an ongoing criminal monitoring system, that is federal group stalking and monitoring, I am personally apprised with how you are able to prosecute and document a public entity engaged in this system, and the ways in which it relies on malicious conduct. And this is why you focus on the criminal elements and not on that outward form that the public entity and that the people of the state of California rely on, which is legally irrelevant when you're monitoring. It doesn't matter that you're walking with a child while you're in relevant position under the state's light source, while the state is flying around in airplanes and helicopters. The state is clearly monitoring, and you are in the path facilitating that, and you will be prosecuted federally for that, period. That's it. And so you're documenting as many as possible. And that's what my focus is, and that's what this lengthy speech is. Sorry, I'm going to stop now. But just being clear on what my objective is, what the goal is, what the purpose is. It's 9:33 a.m. The state's fake sun. Again, understand what I'm taking images of. It's over the museum. It is a necessary migration north, which is not how the sun moves. In addition to the fact that the sun is never over the museum or over 150, East Holt or over Hope Boulevard or Ontario Town Square. No, none of the places. The sun is not directly over any of those places. I'm showing not only is that the case, but the state is literally just engaged in moving all over the place because it is engaged in obsessive stalking because it's monitoring. And understand that that character is shared amongst every third party. They are not normal. They are engaged in obsessive stalking and making sure that I stay surrounded. That is the behavioral pattern. It is the State's Fake Sun, 9:34 a.m. and it is over Ontario Town Square, and that is P.O.C. It is 11:25 a.m. and so this is already established. I'm just gonna go ahead and be consistent. This is the State's Fake Sun remaining directly over me as I sit at the bench. I'll take a picture. I'm sitting here at the bench. State's Fake Sun remaining right here over the building, right behind it. That is, this address of this building is 200 North Euclid. This little brick wall behind the trees, the State's Fake Sun remaining right here. This is what the state does. It remains here all day long, and then it engages in what is negligible movement to the side of where the intersection of B Street and Euclid is. The state does not go anywhere. It is engaged in stalking with light, and the light remains wherever I remain. And if I stay, as I've already documented right here at Ontario Town Square, the State's Fake Sun remains here all day long. While I've been here, what you'll see online, while I'm documenting, let me get pictures of this because this is group stalking. They're monitoring in concert with the state, swarming all over me in airplane and helicopter this morning while I'm documenting I'm documenting on Facebook what is YouTube, and that is Google, engaging in criminal P.O.C, criminal facilitation of what is federal group stalking and monitoring on the internet, which is a venue where the state is engaged in monitoring, and it is also on that third-party facilitating venue, specifically YouTube, and that is where I have my YouTube channel, and I published what is a video with no audible. It's just a video showing all the images of the paperwork accumulated in the fictitious prosecution of the state of California engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, showing the citation that West Valley scratched out on December 4th as it released me early in the morning, is after 12 a.m., dating that citation 12/3/2020, meaning they put the date that I was kidnapped in West Valley on that citation and put the case number MWV 2000640. So they put on a citation an existing case number of which, and where a citation serves the purpose of arriving for a violation, and it is the creation of a case. You're talking about putting on a citation that which is a quote-unquote existing case, dating it on a new date of violation. I was arrested January 13th, 2020. They put December 3rd, 2020. This was an attempt to coerce me to go to court. That is a threat by the state, by the way, and that is criminal activity by West Valley. That's criminal activity by the courthouse engaged in kidnapping. Okay, knew that I was sitting in jail, kept me right there, having no right whatsoever, no jurisdiction whatsoever, did not even engage in any holding any other fake court cases, just held me in jail. Okay, but regardless, either way that you look at it, understand the state is damned. Whether they kept me in the jail and held fictitious court appearances, or whether they held me in the jail and just held me there, because that's exactly what they did. October 14th was literally Kara Hudson and Misha Moss and the DA's office saying, oh, we're going to set a court date for the 1368 trial. They set that, and this is the court hearing on October 14th. Again, this is after I've sat in jail for over 18 days. Okay, after they've stated that they have a warrant, and then I just sit in jail for over 18 days because I don't sign a citation. And then not only that, they put me in the mental ward, okay, after not signing a citation. And you want me to sign a citation after you're stating you have a warrant, and you're stating this warrant dated back in August when there was supposedly a court date. So why are you bringing up a citation for me to sign? All of this is contradicted. This is criminal activity by the court, by the police, by the jails, okay? And so you have Kara Hudson on October 14th, but then on November 6th, when you're supposed to have this 1368 trial, there's no hearing. So understand their engagement in any other hearings is additional criminal activity that would have been documented, but they are damned if they do, damned if they don't. I remain kidnapped inside of that jail. I remain kidnapped by the court. I remain kidnapped by the police. They are all of the medical workers, all of the inmates. They were engaged in criminal monitoring while I was there, engaging in ongoing federal group stalking and monitoring while I am kidnapped, everyone engaging in that fictitious prosecution, everyone engaged in my remaining kidnapped there, and monitoring me is a means of seeking to keep me in that criminal state, all right? They have no right whatsoever, and monitoring me, you are engaged in kidnapping, just like any other kidnapper, where you've got one that engages in the actual criminal seizure of that person, and then you've got another one that goes downstairs and serves the kidnapped person. They're serving them food, and they're aware that they're there. They're engaging in keeping them concealed as well. They're just as criminally liable for kidnapping. And understand, every single last one of them in the court, at the jail, and the police engaged in that kidnapping. Understand that, okay? Now, with regard to the courthouse, if they had held any other court hearings, it would have been documented criminal activity engaging under that fictitious prosecution. Everything that they're doing in the court, it is criminal activity. So they are damned if they do, then damned if they don't, okay? That was the only criminal act which they engaged in on October 14th. On November 6th, that is a criminal act, okay? Misha Moss is engaged in kidnapping, including federal group stalking and monitoring, okay? And Kara Hudson, the same. Arthur Benny, who is, again, another person that doesn't exist on the California bar, where I was taken to court for that which is irrelevant to why I was kidnapped. Well, actually, it's not. It's all under the same criminal activity of the state, which is federal group stalking and monitoring, because the state has no probable cause of reasonable suspicion to cite me for being at the museum. When you know I'm at the museum, you're monitoring and stalking me while I remain at the museum, but you have Ontario police engaging in forcing me to sign a citation. And while I remain kidnapped inside of West Valley Jail, it turns into a quote-unquote warrant, and while they're not handling this fictitious case, I'm just sitting in court on that, they take me to court on November 13th for this totally irrelevant sidebar that wouldn't have turned into a warrant had I not been kidnapped in jail, okay? But I am still not in any way, that is criminal activity. That case about being at the museum, that's criminal activity by the police. It's all the same state, the same entity engaging in criminal conduct, okay? The police engaging on cameras inside of the Ontario Police Department engaging in criminal monitoring, and I'm pointing it out to the cameras. The state's fake sun over the Ontario Police Department. The state flying over repeatedly in that parking lot where I remain, using the cameras in that parking lot as third-party group stalkers all over it. The Starbucks, at the gym, I believe it's a 24-hour fitness gym. They are engaged in this exact same behavioral pattern after I am released from being kidnapped, because I'm taken from the museum to the Ontario Police Department, while they are monitoring the entire time. Monitoring never stops, okay? They're monitoring me inside. The police officer standing in front of me holding her cell phone on my face as she is with her back to the camera, and I'm pointing this out. They're engaged in criminal monitoring on camera and then trying to force me to sign the citation upon engaging in harassment at the museum. It's all a criminal act while they're engaged in ceaseless monitoring. You don't have any probable cause of reasonable suspicion when you're monitoring the target individual, and everything that literally every ticket, every court act, it's all criminal activity by the state that's monitoring you. That's what it is. It is literally documentation against itself. Okay, so anyway, while I am here, my point is, going into the details of that case, I've done that. You need to refer to my Facebook link. And I have related all of that, which is the big picture. The state engaging in criminal obstruction of justice, because that's what that is. The state engaging in criminal obstruction of justice in the civil courts. Erica Lorraine Spencer v. the people of the state of California, filed September 12, 2019. The state engaging in the criminal evasion of service of process, that is the abridgment of the fundamental right of access to the courts. That's how the civil court engages in the criminal pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring, avoiding being prosecuted in court by blatant, clear, plain violation of constitutional rights. Okay, these are not some, they are major, glaring violations of basic legal fundamental rights that the courts are clearly aware of. They are engaging in P.O.C, avoiding prosecution and exposure for engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring. And the criminal courts engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring and criminal obstruction of justice via the acts that I have documented that is kidnapping, upon malicious prosecution, upon fictitious prosecutions, okay? And this is that which the state is engaged in a pattern of conduct, all of which is designed to engage in criminal obstruction of justice. So while third parties online, such as YouTube, which is Google, engaging in targeting my valid content, that is publishing mere documentation, literally it's paperwork. Okay, it is evidence, first of all, on my channel that is clearly stated that it is serving the purpose of prosecution, of informing the public, doing the public good, of speaking of that which is an unprecedented level of criminal activity engaged in by a public entity, that is a government, that is not addressed under law. This serves a perfectly valid purpose under their alleged, quote unquote, community guidelines designed to protect and cultivate and even encourage people that are on that platform engaged in that conduct. Why am I being targeted? Because I'm talking about the state of California. Because that third party, like every other third party, vicariously acting on behalf of the state. This is how a public entity acts, by the way. It acts vicariously through the people around to engage in group stalking, being present. It acts vicariously by the people all around you to monitor you. It acts vicariously through the people around you, and that is including institutions and any companies, etc., for purposes of criminal obstruction of justice, acting through those people. That is a pathetic third party acting on behalf of this public entity that has sorely lost. That's what that is. They're monitoring, they're on camera, and that is the entity engaging in what is a sore loss, okay? Because they are documented up and down in every which way and angle, okay? And I am speaking to that which is occurring online, and it is a pattern of conduct, and my channel is clearly asserted and dedicated and established as that. They have no grounds whatsoever to target and that's what it is. They're targeting my content, my perfectly valid content. It is literally papers. There is nothing inappropriate whatsoever about the paperwork. You're talking about court paperwork, evidencing criminal conduct by the courts, the jails, and the police. Nothing inappropriate about that whatsoever. No grounds, and even under the ways in which they restricted it, they did it under an age restriction, and under their own. I'm just going by their own guidelines, their own statements in their alleged policies. They're in violation of their own policy, and placing an age restriction is a concession that it is no violation of the community guidelines. It's just that which they deem to be inappropriate for some age group, and they do not have any grounds whatsoever for that. It is paperwork. It's moreover, it is on a channel that is clearly stated as engaging in documentation of what is very vital. You're talking about criminal activity. You're talking about that which is serving the purpose of informing the public, and this is that which is very informative to understand a government engaging in criminal activity. This is that which should ordinarily be something that is very exceedingly protected, right? But it's not. It is P.O.C, okay? And it is P.O.C, and they are in violation of their own policies. And understand this is the pattern online. These venues online. TikTok has engaged in the exact same conduct. Facebook has engaged in not targeting my content, but Facebook has engaged in not posting my page and not posting my profile. Instagram has engaged in utterly removal of meaning I look up my my Instagram page and it literally says, oh, this page does not exist, it's been deleted, removed, or the link's been changed. That's Instagram. You have Reddit, which I don't use that platform, but it is a means of criminal defamation, and understand that is engaging in the criminal obstruction of justice pattern of conduct. They are in conformity to the state's goal, which is to defame the targeted individual. That is the pattern of conduct. They are not speaking as individuals, they're speaking as a state. They're going to be prosecuted for that. It is published online. And Google also engaging in P.O.C, engaging in when you do a search results for my name, Erica Lorraine Spencer, and this is documented as well. And this is where they are suppressing that which should be at the top of the search results, which is the California bar. It has always been the first result under my name, always. It has always been the first result until I started using social media to publish criminal activity by the state. Oh, they started varying that all. My name is now on the California bar the last time I searched for it, and it is always changing, okay? They're always changing it all around, and this is, meaning the search results are always varying. They escalate that which is criminal defamation by third-party venues such as Reddit, engaging, again, everything that they're saying Those are third-party group stalkers. Understand, you are identified by that which is vicariously acting on behalf of the state. This is what federal group stalking and monitoring is. It is literally a template that you can uniformly apply, and this is how you just prosecute one after another, after another, after another. You shall not criminally defame the target individual. You are acting in conformity to the state. You're speaking on behalf of the state because that's the state's pattern of conduct. Right? You're not speaking as an individual. You have now stepped into the shoes of the government, and you're acting in conformity to their pattern of conduct. That's exactly what they need you to do. The government isn't an individual. The government is an entity that is acting through the group. Okay? Everything you say in conformity to that is anything that is engaging in facilitation of a state's criminal monitoring system, which poses a direct threat to the very life, the physical safety, and overall well-being. You're going to be federally prosecuted for that. Okay? They are not sitting over here at Ontario Town Square in relevant position under the state's fake sun while the state is flying over by plane and helicopter repeatedly. They're engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. Whether they want to claim to know it or not, it doesn't matter. You're going to be federally prosecuted for that, period. And it is the same thing with speech and conduct online. Understand, criminal defamation is conduct. They are engaged in acting on behalf of the state online, which is a venue where the state is monitoring, where the state is engaged in group stalking online. You've got all kind of minions engaging in that, which is not only is it an unnatural reaction to what is evidence, okay, and in no way reflective of the targeted individual. It is speaking directly to that which is of a psychopath that is engaging in that criminal conduct. But see, that's P.O.C. That's why they revert to the script, which is criminal defamation. And you have YouTube, a third party, Google, a third party that engages in escalating criminal defamation by third party venues such as Reddit, refusing to remove that criminal conduct off of the internet, okay, attaching it to my name. This is all intentional conduct. It's P.O.C. It is published online. You literally have the third parties documenting themselves. It's the same thing every day with where I'm going on surveillance camp. They're literally documenting themselves. I am speaking to that which is federal group stalking and monitoring. I'm showing you what the template is and what you are looking at, all right, and how you get down to the elements, all right? And criminal obstruction of justice is the pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring, and that's what YouTube is engaged in violation of its own policies, and it is in conformity to that which has already been documented, continues to be documented by third parties online. The internet is a venue, okay? Federal group stalking occurring online, and on its venue, YouTube specifically, which is a venue, it's a third party facilitating venue. It's engaging in facilitation by targeting my content that is in no way in violation of their policies, and that is also on a channel that is clearly stated that it is dedicated to documentation. This is that which will be addressed under federal legislation, and this is my pointing out yet another way in which federal law will be designed such that the targeted individual, which shall be empowered to present their prosecution against the state by themselves. I'm showing you how you do it. I have well surpassed the prima facie case for demonstrating the pattern of conduct by a public entity. You're talking about, I am showing how under the targeted individual having the ability, to present their case, because the government is not going to do it for you. So you are enabled to prosecute that public entity under federal law that needs to be in existence, and you are fully capable of doing so. And third parties online, you are using the internet. It is a necessary means of publishing criminal conduct by a government. The court system is not a resort. It's not a resource. It's not a resolution. They're engaged in criminal activity in the court. This is what the documentation demonstrates. They are engaged in criminal abridgment of the fundamental right to access the courts. They have no intention whatsoever of engaging in their duties under the law or respecting the constitutional rights of the target individual. And that's P.O.C. Okay, criminal obstruction of justice is P.O.C. And in the criminal courts, seeking to take your liberty, if that pattern of conduct includes kidnapping as well, okay, which I have documented. This is serving the purpose of creating federal legislation whereby the target individual is in no way subject to any further harm. You can prosecute, and the ways in which the state engages in seeking to harm you, and it does so vicariously through the criminal defamation of third-party group stalkers online and in person, okay? And that is through the state. I've documented that in the court. Lisa Rogan is the state engaging in criminal defamation in a courthouse while she's monitoring, okay? That's the state engaging in P.O.C. That is third parties like Tracy Banks and stalkers, group stalkers online on my social media, engaging in P.O.C. All right, this is the third party, this is the state engaging in P.O.C. All of this is that which may be addressed under federal legislation. The targeted individual shall not be subject to any of these forms of inflictions of suffering, on top of being subject to criminal monitoring by the state while they're all monitoring you, engaging in defamation, and then trying to block your right to prosecute it in a court of law. It is absolutely absurd, okay? And this is what federal legislation needs to address. YouTube and Google documented engaged in P.O.C. This is published on my Facebook page, and that is while I am dealing with that, and that's the threat. This idiot that continues to fly over, prosecuting YouTube as well, just like every other third party that when I recite their license plate. They're posing a threat to me by limiting my ability to publish my documentation, while this government that is flying over my head right now poses a threat to my life, to my physical safety, to my overall well-being, because it is engaged in ceaseless stalking and criminal monitoring, okay? While it is listening to me document its criminal activity, showing how threatening it is, how desperately and intent it is on continuing that conduct, okay? All right? That's what YouTube is engaged in, and that's how you prosecute a third party. Third party is based on facilitation in any way, all right? Not only facilitation by being in the presence, like these group stalkers sitting under the tree while the state's flying over in planes and helicopters and they're just kicking their feet on the bench. They're engaged in P.O.C. and you are engaged in P.O.C. facilitation of that criminal conduct by limiting the targeted individual's ability to publish documentation. That is a crucial aspect of prosecuting the public entity, and limiting that, especially on invalid grounds. And let me be clear, there shall be no valid grounds of limiting the targeted individual who is publishing documentation of a state engaged in criminal activity. No. You will not, there will be no obstacles to the target individual's ability to do that, okay? This is the government's goal, is to strip every way of enforcing your rights. And no, that's not going to happen. And everyone getting in the way of that, that's criminal facilitation. You're going to be prosecuted for that. I do not care what company you work for, what institution, how powerful, however much money you have, you will be subject to the same federal prosecution, like every other group stalker around in relevant position, okay? It is 11:46 a.m. and that's what's published right now on Facebook. And this is what I want to be clear, because while I'm documenting not Facebook, take that back. It's documented on Facebook, but YouTube is the one that's engaged in P.O.C. And while I am speaking to that which YouTube is engaged in, this is documentation against YouTube, okay? This is the same conduct, this is the same evidence against every third party while I'm reading their license plates and the state is flying over me in circles in helicopters and stalking me with light. Okay, that is serving a threat while you're in relevant position. YouTube is restricting my valid content on the internet, posing an ongoing threat. YouTube is literally posing that threat to me. You need to understand this, okay? You are limiting my ability to publish that which is criminal activity by a government while they are in real time threatening my existence. You're going to be prosecuted for that, and this is documentation of it on my podcast. It's 11:47 a.m., and I also published it on Facebook. State flying over my head in a helicopter trying to stop my ability to publish the video that YouTube placed an age restriction on, having no grounds to do so, whatever. YouTube is engaged in P.O.C. YouTube is posing that threat to my very life, physical safety, and overall well-being, acting in conformity to the state's pattern of conduct. That's what that means, okay? It's P.O.C. It's 11:48. That is the state flying over at Ontario Town Square. That is the state's fake sun remaining over Ontario Town Square. And guess what? As I migrate over to Ontario Ovid Family Library, this fake sun moves from over right here at 200 North Euclid to being directly over the Ontario Ovid Family Library entrance, which is impossible light activity. That's literally stalking with light. That's demonic activity. Understand? That is of the demonic, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. The state's treatment with light, this whole stalking theme with light, this light activity, this touching with light, that is of the demonic. It's satanic. All right. And while they do so, they are engaging in criminal monitoring. All right. Now, taking a picture of 200 North Euclid is not the same as pointing my camera up and taking a picture of the same supposed sun directly above me at that entrance of the library. OK, that is prosecuting, that is convicting Ontario Ovid Family Library. Light is there because I'm being subject to monitoring there. All right. And this is the same conduct that the state engages in, and this is what happens when a government is engaged in criminal activity and it is relying on the vicarious conduct and presence on its behalf at all places and at all times. And when you strip it down to the elements and you are understanding what they are all engaged in together, and it is called P.O.C. All right, it's 11:49 a.m. and that's what I'm documenting, and I'm going to continue to get more third parties engaged in that criminal stalking. These psychopaths literally out here honking their horns and closing their doors and walking past and taking a seat, remaining, doing everything they're doing, making all kind of noises, including the state by plane and helicopter, to the rhythm of what I'm doing, like to literally stalking with activity as a group. You have no idea how insane these people are when you are looking at what they are doing all together. You know, but it's not insanity that removes criminal responsibility, because they are in conformity to a pattern of conduct. They are engaged in deliberate conduct, and they are engaged in a very concentrated effort to monitor. So they're not insane such that they don't know what they're doing, but it is insane that you have a group of people engaging in that sort of demented conduct all together, and it is together. It is absolutely in sync. All right. Anyway, it is 11:50 a.m. and that's P.O.C. (91927J2), that's Penske, crossing path, state's fake sun, right over the entrance of the library, remaining at 1 p.m. Technically, I exited about 12:58 p.m. I've been standing under the shade at the seating area. Group stalkers in position, sitting under the shade, phones out. Third parties creating audible activity in the parking lot of the Ontario Ovid Family Library, where there's a whole blank space over an empty field. They're creating audible activity this morning as well. The state amplifying the sound of them hammering, literally echoic, reverberating sound for purposes of monitoring. And right now they are in relevant position, engaging and using their activity for purposes of criminal monitoring. State's fake sun present, third parties crossing path, state stalking with light. This is federal group stalking and monitoring. This is the third party creating audible activity. License 5GCZ370. Even though I like that song, it's audible activity, understand? That's how you monitor. It's 1:01 p.m. 8KTF290 and a third-party group stalker on a bike. (8PNK047). N846UO, and state directing that orange impossible light activity in front of the truck as it's turning in the turn circle. They're like little minions, like I've described them, like cockroaches, and they are all around engaging in this criminal activity together, and it's wildly pathetic once you strip it down and understand that it is a criminal system in operation. And then upon understanding the mentality of the group, not only are they monitoring you, but then they know that you're documenting their criminal conduct, and then they're like intensely trying to continue that desperate stalking. I mean, they're literally stalking and trying to get away with stalking. It's that of a psychopath, and the state is equally engaged in that same desperate psychopath stalking conduct in airplanes and helicopters and police cars. That is what it is. It's 1:03 p.m. It is 1:03 p.m. Those are third parties that are scramming past in this turn circle. The state is flying over as well. They're on the Ontario Town Square cameras and the Wells Fargo cameras. I mean, they're not being missed. They're seeking to avoid me. I am documenting in more than one way. I am speaking to and revealing how you document, how you prosecute, and how you nail down an entire government. And every third-party group stalker, they're in the shoes of the government. So this is how you do it. It is not, the target individual is not indefensible. The target individual is not without its own weaponry in order to prosecute, where they have been literally targeted by the government acting through everyone around them. So those third parties going through surveillance cameras at Wells Fargo, Ontario Town Square, scramming past in relevant position and P.O.C. It is 1:04 p.m. I don't know why I was thinking it was 3 something. And while they're scramming around, oh good, they come back. These are third parties that know they're being documented. D.A. It's so pathetic. D.A.C.D.D.D. Okay, so yeah, that's P.O.C. That's the same one. Not a coincidence that they come right on back around. So and I think that it doesn't even matter. I am not trying to get into the mind of a stalker. Not at all. And with regard to the criminal elements, that's his crossing path twice. 7XYM778. Impossible light activity moving across this shaded area as they're crossing path. Oh, what I was going to speak of, it's 1:05 p.m. That's a state again that's amplifying the sound of planes. Third parties are also in relevant position, creeping up in their Nissan truck. License 215-77B1. They are monitoring with regard to my phone. Monitoring is any sort of interrupt or orange radiant light on the asphalt behind the truck as it's moving past in relevant position. That is a means of keeping light, moving light. That's light activity as they're in motion, okay? Not the absence of coincidence while they're in your path and this light activity is occurring. And in addition to every other fact, stalking by the state, stalking with a fake sun, absence of coincidence, that's P.O.C. So anyway, the state is monitoring. Monitoring is the interruption, the unwarranted, the illegal supervision, if you will, of every single person around you with regard to your activity on a communication device. Interruption of your activity on a communication device. Literally somebody looking over your shoulder while you're in operation of a communication device. License 8PCH923. And so I have spoken to the fact that the state engages in tampering with it, like how the pop-ups occur on my phone suddenly where the police are right in front of me or a helicopter's right over my head, and this because the state is trying to obstruct my ability to capture that documentation, that evidence. And again, capturing that interruption is monitoring conduct, and that is evidence as well. That's even more powerful evidence. 7E31412. And so what is occurring right now is with regard to my podcast, and you have them, that is 8BGJ313, the state creating light activity all across on this sidewalk and on the asphalt and in the shaded area while they're crossing path. So I'm just going to keep on documenting. This is what is occurring and this is what I'm doing. So I'm going to be reciting license plates. That's what the focus of my documentation is. The state is engaged in ongoing stalking. The state is a stalker. This is established. The state is monitoring. That's why it is stalking. And every single third party in my path is in relevant position stalking on behalf of that entity. And the coexistence of all those facts removes the coincidence of that presence. It is federal group stalking and monitoring, and I'm documenting every single one in my path, as many as possible. That is license plate 8UDK053, third party sitting in relevant position with their headlights on. We've got, let's get this one, 7ADT169 and license 6L50217. You got another truck on the opposite side of me sitting with their tail lights. That's the same light activity. They're creating a barrier of light and their means of doing so using their vehicles. It's P.O.C. So with regard to my podcast, I am uploading part of that which I documented this morning. And like I was stating, monitoring includes the rapid I'm sorry, not rapid, the slowing down. That's what the state is engaged in. It tries to slow down any means that it can to try to stop being documented and being publishing my documentation. So the state engages in, like retardation of the operation of my phones, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with my phones. They operate perfectly fine, and prior to my beginning this aspect of documenting of prosecution, my phones never had any. I was not really into being on the internet or anything, but the purposes that I used them for, there was no slowing down of the internet. I was able to get to what I got to and was done. 1454973, another city of Ontario, van number 5561, and as soon as I began this conduct of getting on social media and posting up all my videos and pictures, and now providing ongoing real-time audio documentation of what is literally ceaseless monitoring and giving real-time description of what I'm looking at, what the state's doing, who's in my path, understanding how that is engagement in the all three elements at all times. This is a threat to the state, and they have been engaged in. This is not new. I documented this at Mayfair and at Economy and the state engaging in this conduct at any point of using the internet. And this is what I mean by the state is engaged in monitoring via means of interstate commerce. The internet is a means of interstate commerce. The state engaged in rampant interruption of performance of my communication devices, which work perfectly fine, engaging in removal of, especially when I use the apps and on the phone, and so when I would publish information, it's just not showing up on the internet when I use the apps versus when I use the web browser and that information generates. So that's the state tampering with those apps. 8C60769, third-party group stalker on foot beside me monitoring with that vehicle. Understand, they're a group. So anyway, it is I'm just giving you a description of what's occurring right now. This is taking extraordinarily long to upload, and it's not the performance of the phone. They're engaged in monitoring the license plates that I'm reading. They're engaging in crossing path. They are acting not alone. I am being surrounded. All of Euclid Avenue, everybody in these businesses all around, and these apartments. This is ongoing monitoring headquarters because this is where I am located right now. All of them are monitoring, and that is the slowing down of my phone, trying to, even though they are not stopping it, I even document criminal obstruction. That is the attempt to slow down the ability to upload my podcast, and that's currently what's going on. That's what I'm doing on the Wi-Fi, on the internet library. I'm sorry, Ontario Ovid Family Library Wi-Fi network, by the way. Oh yeah, the City of Ontario, they engage in, by the way, turning off the Wi-Fi network, especially when I engage in uploading something, 7VNU936, when I engage in uploading something that the state really doesn't want, the Wi-Fi network just turns off. And understand, I've been on this Ontario Wi-Fi network in the middle of the night, 12 o'clock in the morning. They don't turn that off. They have started turning it off now, and they've started doing that when, especially while I'm in the midst of uploading very damning documentation. And so I just want to be clear, the city Wi-Fi is also a means of criminal obstruction. We're using that just to block my access to the internet while the state is monitoring, and that is P.O.C. Especially while helicopters are flying over me at the Ontario Town Square, and then the Wi-Fi network is just unavailable, whereas before it was available at all hours of the night. So anyway, it's 12:36, oh, no, it's not. It is 1:12 p.m., excuse me, 29508V2. Okay, and that's just the one that's turning close to me while I'm at the turn circle at Lemon and C Street. It's 1:13 p.m. and I will proceed with documentation. 8EOD 590. I believe 8EOD590, yeah. 5NBW 991 1438317, City of Ontario. Whew. Stalker. Let's see, it's 1:14 p.m. That whole flurry of cars came. Understand, I just took a pause after I made my last statement. I will continue documentation. And I took a pause. Less than 2 seconds later, and then a flurry of all these third parties come across the path. They're monitoring, okay? They're coming close and engaging and crossing a path that is relevant positioning for purposes of monitoring everything that I do on my phone. When I start recording, when I stop recording, okay? When I make a move while I'm recording, meaning physically while I make a move and I'm not recording, or I sit down, it's intentional presence is what I'm speaking to. And I am documenting every single last one of them, as many as I can, because that's what they're doing. It's 1:15 p.m. Now, I will proceed with documentation accordingly. Group Stalker, 4KMX603. License 7TGG777. It's 1:16 p.m. I just published my podcast for today. Of course, I'm engaged in ongoing podcast or podcasting, if you will, or documentation. That's what it is. I just want to be clear, that same third-party group stalker I documented, not this one. This is 8EOD590, crossing path again. This is the green Saturn, 7FHG388. This same one, the same group stalker, 6L50217, just posted facing me with his headlights facing my path, P.O.C. while they're patrolling. 7BVW047, 7VJX486, 8MEE329. All right? This is the beauty of documentation, because they're engaged in this obsessive stalking conduct that they cannot stop. 8GOC929. What's funny about group stalkers is that they're engaged in, they know everything that I'm saying, and they act like they're being courteous when they stop in front of you. They're engaging in loitering in relevant position. 8GOC929, acting in concert with 6L50217, who is creating ongoing light activity, literally stalking this entire time I've been documenting, remaining in relevant position, engaging in ongoing criminal facilitation. That's what that is. Creating tools whereby other third-party group stalkers may monitor me, posing a direct threat to my very life, physical safety, and overall well-being. That's what every single last one of them are doing, and that's what I'm documenting. All right? They're acting in concert and on behalf of that state. That's P.O.C. It's 1:18 p.m. That's what we're going to be doing. I have published my podcast for today, January 8th, January 8th, 2021. And of course, this will be uploaded, and I'm engaged in ongoing updates to that. But it is published right now as of 1:18 p.m. But you're not going to know that because this is not published on it yet. But that's how genuine this is. It's real life, and I'm documenting all of it. It's 1:18 p.m. and that is P.O.C. Seven HPF 865 6. Let's see, HEK 231. That's 6 HEK 231. Let me see if I can get this. That is called amplification of sound. The state is literally applying a microphone to cars that are driving on Euclid Avenue. Suddenly they sound very, very loud and powerful in volume. Those are third parties that are acting in concert with the state. They know that their activity is being amplified. That's what I mean. Same thing with the light activity. 7KYD 745. 7YWE 250. And it is 1:21 p.m. And let me be clear, the state's fake sun is right over here by the library remaining. 8HQT455. Light activity onto the curb and onto the sidewalk as she drives by in her car. 15794J1. the state's fake sun was over, and this is what I took pictures of. I posted this already on the podcast. The state's fake sun was over the museum, right? And then it was at the top, right directly over 150 East Holt, which is right in front of the museum, meaning it is north of the museum. It's across the street, across transit, feet away. And that was captured in images. And then the state moves north again with the state's fake sun right directly over the bench where I was sitting at Ontario Town Square. Understand, moments, about maybe 15-20 minutes later, it's directly over the Ontario Ovid Family Library. That is mutually exclusive, just right there, that movement. And not only that, you have it remaining for hours, not making any migration west. Okay, I'm just speaking to that which I've already established, but I just, when I say literally not even trying to act like it is a sun, you are talking about in every way the state is engaged in a daily concession of its being caught, and it is literally just engaging in criminal activity that serves to prosecute and helps me in prosecuting every third party in relevant position. Because that is clearly impossible light activity. That is clearly not the sun. I mean, besides every other, that which is clearly demonstrated and readily ascertainable where the sun is. This is not going to be a mystery in federal court whatsoever, but I am not only showing that, I'm showing how the state is literally engaged in stalking with a light source. 8 HCE 716. Everywhere that I go, and understand that that conduct speaks to the mentality of that public entity. It is also revealing the mentality of every third party. They are engaged in a behavioral pattern that is identical. Okay, obsessive stalking. Does not matter where I go, doesn't matter how unrealistic it is, the state engages in it, and it is damning to every single one of them together. That's the thing. 6R PB 860. That is requiring, anyway, like I was saying, that requires this light source, this sun, to remain over this area. And if you look at a map, if you take a big picture from the museum to the 150 East Holt County Building up to the Ontario Town Square where I was sitting at the bench nearest Euclid Avenue, that is literally the light source moving north up Euclid Avenue. Okay, so then as I go to the Ontario Ovid Family Library, again, I take a video of, not from an angle that it's remaining at that area, because it's squarely above me there. I take a picture, it's squarely above me there. I don't take video of it relative to that position where it is. It is directly above me in front of the Ovid Family Library entrance at the same time the state is flying over in an airplane. Okay, this is license plate 8RCL252. Group stalkers sitting in their car just chilling. 8PGK326. That's what they do. That's how they stalk. And so you're talking about the remaining of this light source is remaining and moving north and remaining in that impossible position, meaning not natural. When I'm using the word impossible light activity, I'm meaning it is not possibly occurring naturally. It is that which the state is manipulating. It's creating this circumstance in the same way that it's directing and placing light all over the surfaces at the same time that third party that are also in my path at the same time. Which I've captured images of. If you've seen it on the Omnitrans bus stop, when I was sitting on the bus stop, I've already published video of this, and it's actually quite fascinating for you to look at it. You need to understand the sort of conduct that the government is engaged in, and understand what I am revealing about the government, I am revealing about every single person that I'm documenting. Because they share that same level of mental disturbance to even engage in that sort of demented conduct. It takes a certain type of crazy to think up stalking with a light source. And let me be clear, a psychopath is one that engages in that sort of crazy conduct for the purpose of stalking you, so that when you tell the story of being followed by a fake sun, you sound crazy. That's what that engaging in this incredible conduct is for, the purposes of inflicting more harm to the target individual. But the public entity engaging in that criminal conduct, 6YRP355, is literally the one that does not have all of their marbles. I mean, that is, and this is already This is proven. This is established. This is the beauty of documentation. And understand that the government is not alone. Every single last one of them that I continue to document, I'm documenting a psychopath. It's not a coincidence that they're there while the state's engaging in this crazy conduct, this obsessive stalking. They are very concerned about Erica Lorraine Spencer. Don't ask me why, what threat I pose. Do not ask me why, and I don't even owe an answer to that question. I know that the government doesn't have a right to do it, and I am not the one that's going to be silent while you engage in that criminal activity. Oh, no, not me. No. I will document you and everyone else. 8RWT360. And whoever else that this has happened to, or if it is, let me get these third parties. 6MFB006, 8ROH601. All right, State's fake son directly over me while I'm walking on Plum, approaching B&G Plaza. 8FGU016, 8TVZ259. No, I'm sorry, 8TVZ591. All right, we're gonna get these in Andy's Burgers. They're all lined up in relevant position. They're creating light activity. The state is sounding sirens. The state's fake sun is directly over my head, in tow with me as I'm in movement. They're monitoring 7RIV 395, 8CLF209, 8RJV086, 7V53965, I believe. This is the stalker. They do this all day and all night, remaining around the museum, sounding sirens. 70437V2, I believe that's AMR, it's on camera. And guess what? All of that is audible activity while these stalkers are in the Andy's Burgers. And this is what I mean by the state stalking conduct, convicting every single last one of them. Impossible light activity onto the brick wall while they are turning in the Andy's Burgers drive-thru. Okay? Monitoring. 6VKM737. 8CWK236. 8JZS305. And this is exactly what I'm speaking of when I say that the psychopath is shared amongst all of them. Oh, the government is not alone. They're all not well. 7JCU775. Whether you want to believe that or not is legally irrelevant. The facts speak for themselves, and there are not enough coincidences in the galaxy, like I said. 6NRA319, 5E45883, 8LQT303, 8H40048, 6AVA138, 6XJM259, 4VGN979. The state just swooped through, provided all that amplified audible activity. It's the same thing as the state flying over, providing all that amplified audible activity. They're all in relevant position monitoring with it. 6KHL798, 7RGX723, 7ZDZ684, 8KPB884. 7HIA515, this is a group stalker, I'm gonna get her. 8PCH341, stalking with activity. 8SCZ295, 8MUJ141, 7NMY184, 8KVY629, 6NZV265, excuse me, that's 6NZV265. 6TORO18, 8LJU805, 7WLY548. And let's see, I don't see a plate on this one. No, I don't, but I do see a VIN number. This is a white Kia, VIN number KNAGM4A79 Frank 5533737, 2015 Kia. MAF 571, TFAM 4EV, 5 KPZ 010, 8 LRD 613, 6 RXY 460, 7 TNZ 903, BETS 111, got a third-party group stalker, hurrying up and speeding up, backing up, right, to create light activity in alignment to me, aware of my presence, that's a threat while he's monitoring, 0915 1N1, that's assault with a deadly weapon, that's documented right there. It is currently 1:31 p.m. 8KRF 293. 5U17. 477, 7YWR 584, 6RZV 447, 7MHS 624, 5RYU 122, 8RIK 809, 5ZGC 930, 5AWE 402. We got SoCal Gas engaging in P.O.C. 4970. Let me go over here and get it. It looks like 497TQ-Y1. Substantially similar. I want to go get it. Understand that activity out here is audible activity that you hear. This is the saw. I am moving. They're creating noise to complement that movement. Yeah, that's 49770Y1. I don't know if I got this one. 7VTJ381. Uh, 5WSB144. 6B50801. This is paper. Paper plate BH44W08. Let me get this third party. $86993T2, in case I didn't read that one. There were some that were in the front of the drive-thru. 8CLF209, they're in the drive-thru. 7RIV395. 8PNJ872, 7KUD373, 6CHD695. And that SoCal gas van is number 39956, is on the front of it. Let me take a picture. This is a good one. I've captured this before, and this is why I'm just going to focus on third parties, okay? Because I've already proven this point. It's 1:34 p.m. I am standing at Plum and Holt. That's 8CLF209, okay? Intentionally crossing path. Third party 6B50801, who are already documented, sitting in their car, lights on. The state is sounding the sound of a plane as I begin to make a point that they anticipate, because its fake sun is over the same location again. It's Plum and Holt. I'm sorry, this is Plum and Transit. I am behind B&G Plaza, license 8PAF140. I am behind B&G Plaza on Transit at Plum. And understand that this is the state's fake sun directly above me at 1:35 p.m. This is impossible to occur. It was literally over 150 Holt, the county building and the museum. That was supposedly the sun, right? At 9 o'clock in the morning, okay? It's 1:35 p.m. And not only is this impossible, you have it moving what is south, again, back toward this part of the street where I was up much more north in front of the Ontario Ovid Family Library, sitting at Euclid Avenue, right in front of 200 North Euclid, okay? This is why this group stalker that is sitting in their car creating light activity is a group stalker. There is an absence of coincidence engaging in that behavioral pattern. Literally stops dead in the street while I take a picture. Anyway, this is P.O.C. Third-party group stalker right over here in the skating rink parking lot that's making noise in relevant position. This is group stalking. The state is stalking with a fake sun because they are all monitoring. Okay, this is another picture of It's 1:36 p.m. That is P.O.C. Let me take a picture of where I'm at so you can see it's Plum and Halt. And when you take a big picture, understand this is Allied Universal engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. Okay, this is license plate 30433K2. Okay, crossing path under the state's fake sun. That's how you monitor. You see that light activity? That shadow is cast to the north because the state's fake sun is right here on the left side, P.O.C. All right, this third party is just remaining, creating ongoing light activity. Now he's reversing back to the curb. 8 MAC 489, turning onto Transit, remaining at the corner at Transit, turning into the skating rink parking lot at Transit. All right, this is the ongoing activity creation. Where I am, that's where activity follows. This is group stalking. This is how you document them, and this is what I am speaking to with regard to the state's conduct and showing what third parties all in your path are doing. That's why the state stalks with light, okay? Because it is monitoring with communication devices. You literally have the state's fake sun 1:36 p.m. feet away from where I captured it at 9 a.m. Take a look at a map. Understand how ridiculous that is. That's obsessive stalking conduct. That is that of one who is not well. And that one is the state of California. Understand that that character of not being well is shared amongst every single last one of them. They are not well. When I'm speaking to a pattern of literally following my movements with the creation of noise, that's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. When I say that they are aware of what I'm doing inside on the streets while they're driving past, they know that I'm documenting them. That's why they are hostile. Not even that, even when they act nice, understand they are all engaged in a system together. They are a bunch of not well people. A bunch of not well people, because what well person would engage in that conduct? No one engaging in any of the elements, including being present, would be coincidentally present or in any way accepted from P.O.C. If you are present, if you are creating any activity, if you are present under the state's fake sun, you're engaged in P.O.C., and that is not coincidentally so. A Georgia plate, CMV 3328. There's a black male, he looks like he's an African, sitting in the driver's seat, ignition running, in relevant position as I'm entering back into the parking lot. That's the same stalking conduct, okay? The state's fake sun, we're moving right over, remaining directly over me while I enter it back into the B&G Plaza parking lot, right over this third party's car. P.O.C. If that is even really a Georgia plate, but it's neither here nor there. They're definitely on camera. We're going to get UPS. This is what I'm saying. You're talking about presence, and this the creation of activity, light and visual and or audible is how a state monitors you. 7 PGB 235. And this is UPS license plate 11178U2. Okay? So you've got another third party, that's 5 NID 922 creating audible activity, right? While UPS is in relevant position like everyone else. And third parties that are driving past creating light activity. UPS doesn't have to have its blinkers on like it usually does. You have them engaging in the criminal elements together. 8JZS 305. UPS is no different from every other third party that is present while any other activity is being created, and while the state is stalking with a fake sun. That is called P.O.C. All right? So this is what coexists with their presence, and this is that which is shared amongst the entire group. It's a bunch of not well people. That is Looney Tune type conduct to stalk with that which is a fake son. Who thinks of something like that? One who's engaged in extremely twisted criminal activity and intended for it to make that targeted individual look like they are the crazy one, when every single last one that I'm documenting, they are the ones that are engaged in that crazy conduct. It is not coincidental. They know exactly what's going on. 43042H1 29628E1 6185082, already documented that. 6RFT 613 5BTN 626 6YXV 328 8JUC 382 6TRH 517 7RKJ 581 5EKH 652 8RNZ 231 618-5082, molesting with light as it's turning out of the parking lot. He can blame his partner, the state, that's directing light onto my person at the same time that he's present. The state is acting with him. 8FED335. 585CWZ. It's 1:42 p.m. P.O.C. inside of Shiro's Liquor. Group stalkers on camera inside of the venue and inside of the plaza where the state's fake son is present. 1:42 p.m. That is the Hummer, whose license plate I read, sitting in his car the whole time, waiting for me to go to the entrance, for him to go in. Again, let me replay that. That's 43042H1. It's an orange Hummer. Waits until I come to the door in order to enter the store. That's the stalking conduct. They engage in this everywhere I go. Alrighty, it's 1:42. Alright, it's 1:47 p.m. That same Hummer in relevant position directly in front. Understand the parking in the lot and remaining in that position. This is positioning with regard to my remaining in the store. And so this third party, aware of what I'm documenting also, but whether he stays in the car or whether he stays in the store, he is engaging in positioning and he's remaining present while I am in the store monitoring with Shiro's Liquor. This is located at 410 East Hope Boulevard. And what is occurring inside of the store while I am walking around as I enter, and I'm on camera entering, and all these license plates that I documented are all in relevant position while the state is directing impossible light into the crevices right by the door. You're seeing there's shimmering, flashing light on the microwave, like I've already stated, light all over the surfaces while I'm in the store. And this is while I am moving my my baggage carrier, and while this third party that remains in relevant position. And how does he do so? He's doing it through having some lotto ticket. So he's sitting in his car, and that's how third parties engage in P.O.C., by the way. Just like any construction worker is outwardly engaging in conduct that appears that it has nothing to do with monitoring, but they're engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring while doing so. And they are creating activity, and they are also stalking with their presence and their activity, regardless of what uniform you're wearing. He is remaining present while the state is directing this light activity inside of the store. He enters again and gets in line behind me. That's positioning in the line as I'm paying at the register. And this is P.O.C. Are you talking to me? It's done? Okay. And it is 1:48 p.m. Thank you. Well, that 2 minutes goes by quick. Excuse me. It is 1:48 p.m. and this is license 8RQS 896. It's a different face, same exact conduct. That's a system, okay? They maintain group presence. That's a definition of federal group stalking and monitoring. Maintaining group presence directly and vicariously. That's P.O.C. License 9767504. And it's got a different plate on the back. So now I'm walking east on Hope Boulevard, and as third parties are crossing paths, the state is directing light onto that brick wall right beside me. All right, so they're all monitoring with the state, 7X22784, and that is ongoing molestation of the person while you're monitoring. Okay, so that's the state and third parties, every single last one of them. This is the P.O.C. That's a pattern. Okay. 8HFR 700, 8JBJ L20. That was a third party engaged in P.O.C. Honking its horn and turning on its hazards at this crossing path. 6XXG676. Are you turning? Go ahead. 3646 4B2, 7GD221, 7WJN979, 7LJJ695. 6P64804, 7NFK186, 5XFL430, 7YFB212, 4UBZ924, 7AVE062, 92755T2, 8JUT173, State Fake Sun, right over Sultana, right over the car as I'm crossing path. That's 8JUT173. Okay, and its partners, all of them in relevant position with me, molesting with light while the state is directing that light while they're driving east and west on halt. Okay, while the fake sun is over. All right, that's P.O.C. You document them. 8EVV885, 6PFD215. That is 8EXA170. The state has an issue with touching. It has an issue with stalking. I've established that. It has an issue with touching, right? It has a lot of issues. That's the same with every third party. And my exposure of what the state is engaged in, I am exposing what the people of the state of California are engaged in. Understand that. 7GOZ212, I believe. They have problems. They have a problem with touching and stalking. They got a serious problem. 8CNY943. (2004-6H2) 6ACZ315, 8FEG073. Excuse me. 36707C2. (7U34088), 7UUM120. 8NBU298, GOSANTA. As that car drives by, all the way over onto AutoZone, light onto that wall as I look over on the wall. That's the obsessive stalker. That's a psychopath. Okay? Everywhere I look, every time I make a move, stalking with activity. Concerned about where I'm looking, concerned about what I'm doing, any movement I make. Psychopath. 6ZKZ899. 5C51458. 7KMB698. 99896Y2, I believe. Creeping all around in the parking lot. 8RYV463. Creating audible activity. I don't know who that is. Creating audible activity under the state's fake sun. 8NCT717. Third party in the parking lot of AutoZone that is parked in a parking spot with their turn signal on. Understand that's a means of creating light activity. And for their extra effort, I'm going to go document that license plate. 8JBL216. Let's get the rest of them. 7ZGS573, 7BZY066, 8C02572, 28318S1. State is amplifying train while 56713W2 finds its way to cross path. Who are you? No, I don't know you. Who are you? Do I know you? I don't know you. Okay. That's audible activity. Anyway, 5BBB653, 5SVG899. Stalker sitting in his car, gets out as I'm walking past. Okay. Creating audible activity. License 99896Y2. Those were the ones that were sitting in traffic in relevant positions. So then they turn into the plaza as I walk through to get license plates in AutoZone. Okay? That's what those two license plates are. The one talking to me like I know him and I don't know him. 3LSZ674. He's engaged in group stalking. And they were all sitting up in their van inside of the parking lot in relevant position, just like this one, 7VPL454. This is what group stalkers do as I travel on foot. All right, I just happened to walk through this parking lot and I'm gathering the license plates and I'm letting you know they're all sitting in their cars. 88099M2, 90310N2, 2F47575. You can thank 8JBL216. I think I got that license plate already. That's the state stalking with activity, amplifying the sound of a train, which is heard literally everywhere in Ontario. It's as ridiculous as the state's sun activity. It's ridiculous. It's not even realistic. 7TJZ943. It's a plane flying directly over Melrose as I'm walking toward Melrose, flying west over the Wendy's. That's where I'm at. I'm at 590 Holt Boulevard, and that's the state. Understand? I'm looking at the plane. You don't hear anything. All of a sudden, you hear a loud plane sound. The state is literally playing the recording sound of a plane in the same way it plays the recording sound of a train. When trains are not even motion, it's just amplifying activity while all these third parties surround. I'm looking at it for like 30 seconds flying, you don't hear anything, then all of a sudden you hear super loud activity. That's not the natural behavior of sound. And that is a pattern by the state, by the way. So let's get these. 8GSR060, 8MXX451, 6WHB982, 8DRJ708. They're monitoring at 624 Hope Boulevard. They're in line inside of that venue and they're monitoring with the state. 7S46464. There you go. 4HTK194. 57463A3. I'm 7KYC282, 8JFM154, 5KAZA749, I think, 5TPJ55, I didn't see the last one, 08553B2, 8NCU326, 8NGM173, 5XAD249, 8KZE344, I think, 5ZPJ095, 1395K2, substantially similar. Got traffic over here, 8DMJ102, 5TZN408, 7KHV504, 6RZB770, 8FGE876, 7ZTS104, 8PCY627, 6JNZ080, 7UXL408, and I want to get this United Rentals license. I don't see a license plate on the back. It's truck number 1106711. It is United Rentals, 1-800-UR-RENTS. No license plate anywhere on it. That's very interesting that they run their business like that, no license plates on their cars. That's called criminal obstruction. 8AFY478, 6VEF174, 6ZIA393, sitting in their car in relevant position in the side of the parking lot, anticipating me to get all these license plates in the line. 8LBK017, stalker. 7LPX651. That's why URINS doesn't have a license plate on it, by the way. They're over here in Cardenas, just standing stoic in front of his car in relevant position where I'm standing. 8DOP370, looking like he can't open up his car door. He's engaged in relevant positioning. He's stalking. License plate 6GFI432. Mm. 8TGF569, and he's stalking with activity. Yeah, that's license plate 6GFT432. 5PXC692 right next to him. 8DIW698. 6RYT763. That's stalking with activity. You got a third party in front of me with light. That's audible activity, light activity. 5DBS093. Using their car alarms. They're stalkers. They got issues. 4XUN800. 42060. Did I get that right? 42060. Yeah, that's a handicap plate. L417JO, 7JTU, 771, 7NVY127, 7FEW343, 8PEM260, 5CCV900, 8TRX453, sitting in her car in the parking lot of Cardenas, 8AFK456. 8JSV935, 5MTY916, 8JRT844, and let's get this one. Pulling up right behind me, getting relevant position, 8CFW439. Did I read 6FYY966? 8NNX079. 5MJT090, 7EUA814, 7NNW048. Oh, and by the way, as I am turning into, this is axiomatic. Omnitrans is a bus line. They are supposedly adhered to a schedule, which I've documented them deviating from that. USPS 1261518. They don't have license plates on those. They're allegedly adhered to a schedule, a bus schedule. So you're talking about systematic presence. And they are monitoring each and every time they're in relevant position. And they basically, by virtue of that, remain in relevant position, especially as I am traveling on foot up and down Hall Boulevard. Okay? State stalking 1255773. And molesting with light 7WPT072. That's the state directly. It's already a state, it's already a sex offender. I'm just letting you know the state is molesting with light, using that fire truck, its presence, touching together with every other third party. The state is a sex offender. 05270X2. 8NXE242. So as I am going into the parking lot of AutoZone, that's what I was going to state. Omnitrans engaged in P.O.C. as well. Right, they're acting with the state as it's directing light way across Hall Boulevard onto the sidewalk in front of me as third parties are driving west on the opposite side of the street. Yeah, that's P.O.C. and Omnitrans is a sex offender as well. Omnitrans is a third party just like any other third party. Driving a company car, driving their own car, driving a rental car, whatever. On a bike, you just don't have a license plate. You're still documented though. 4TRJ206. I'm in front of 766 Griffith Radiators. And 6ARV154 is crossing path right now while the state is flying over, and light is all over that building as it is crossing path with the state amplifying audible activity. It's P.O.C. and they're monitoring as the state is flying over their building. Okay, this is how P.O.C. works. 6044-8X2. So let me put that more precisely. They're monitoring constantly. The state is creating more activity as I am in close presence. 0582-8A3 has an issue with touching. 8AXV032 while the state is touching with light and they're crossing past, she's on my opposite side. Group stalker crosses the street with a cell phone, monitoring with it. That's keeping surrounded. It's just outside of a car. 8MFV 325. He's just standing on the sidewalk with his phone. 7LDA 222. 5MZL 434. Light activity on this car, 6WKH 833. 5XOR 947. 334 6C2. And these are third parties at the corner of Allen and Bonneview. U-Haul engaged in P.O.C. using Ortiz Roofing and Construction as a means of creating audible activity right here next to me. That was license plate again, 6WHK883. Driving with his hazards on. 7CVC030. Driving past right now at Allen and Bonneview where I'm at. Right here where the corner, I'm sorry, where the Dollar General is at the corner. It is currently 2:06 p.m. and you'll see 45155C3, 8MJV 689. They're at the stoplight, headed east on Holt Boulevard, engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. And up to this point, every single last one of them patrolling past, the state has been engaged in ongoing touching while they're monitoring. 7JFH057. All right, that's the mark of a third party. The state is directing light over your home, over your vehicle, over your business, right? Over wherever you are at, you are monitoring with the state. You're a third party. 8LVJ407. The same thing with the state's planes and helicopters and sirens. 26900T2. Chino's towing. 3064TY2, I think. 3PWZ43, 7CWD235, 171KING, 8PXE592. Three TIW333, 8D67894. It's 2:08 p.m. 6AUA815, 6JFN050, I believe, and 8TOE307. Likes to cross path a lot. 6RNU854. Z78275. AVC674. $98402M1. 35717S1. Uh, 7FCS133. LVCHRY. 7WJD933. 8MQE712. 6YGL176. TRPLJAY. PANANON. 8GNU981. 6FIU013. 9E62415 is on the front of that truck. Surreal's Trucking. 8Z17684 1540724 88729H2. 8W67003 6PTZ059 6DEF524 19949A3 900PZ, that's a handicap plate. And the State's Fake Sun is moving south with me as I walk down Bonneview. Okay. Third party group stalker right in front of me as I'm walking along the side of the road, sitting in their car, creating light activities in their brake lights, remaining in alignment to me. Third parties continuously passing. That's group conduct. USPS at the corner 720-1296, creating light activity. Present, acting with this third party that's in front of me. That's light activity to my right. Light activity also by another truck on the opposite side of the street, acting with 8LFB593, 5SJJ541, 62871X2, 25301K2, 7MIN408. We got a UPS truck. They use their planes, their vans. They use their trucks as well. 81701B3. 9F23031. BDBC453. 10327U2. 11740U2. That's paper. BH62 S46. 7NLY506 and 7SZU641. 9F90288, and understand that that was creating light all around as I'm approaching that intersection of State and Bonneview. That's group stalking, all right? Keeping me surrounded as I cross the street. Light from USPS, light from this third party right here in front of me, 7DEF524. Light from a truck on the opposite side of the street on State. That's the group conduct. That's P.O.C. State's Fake Sun right over Bonneview, 95953R2. 8 TPK 656 BB14 LO2, that's a paper plate. 8 GEM 049. I don't see any plates for this. 11493W2. I have arrived at third-party facilitating venue Mercy House. Now, of course, all the elements remain present, and so that is P.O.C. as I remain there as well. Them in traffic. They're engaging and monitoring, aware of what I'm doing in real time inside of that building. The state creating activity and third parties creating activity that the state amplifies, occurring with simultaneity to what I am doing, acting in concert with the people inside of that venue with me, the people sitting outside on the benches out, they're all engaged in criminal monitoring together. And what I'm documenting out here is ongoing as I sit inside. They're just sitting around, creating activity, patrolling as a group, while the state remains present, stalking with its fake sun directly over the venue. It's P.O.C. It is currently 2:14 p.m. It's currently 3:46 p.m. This is P.O.C. at Third Party Facilitating Venue Mercy House, located at 435 South Bonneview. I have been seated on the surveillance cameras inside of the venue, subject to ongoing monitoring with communication devices, the state directing light inside of the venue. And touching in any way that it possibly can. You see the orange radiant lines of light that the state is directing inside of the room, inside of the office area. And again, that's not the sun that is over the venue, and that is not sunlight. That is the state directing light inside of this venue while they are engaged in monitoring with communication devices. And I want to document at about 4 minutes ago on camera, you'll see me getting up to inquire about using the restroom, and this is a issue because I am documenting monitoring that is also occurring inside of the bathroom, and so I'm denied access to the bathroom and stating that it is in use right now. You will see one of the third parties, a short Filipino female with black tights on and blue denim shorts and a black top. She's returning the key, and she's on camera holding it, bringing it back into the office. And I have remained here, and I requested use of the bathroom, and I am immediately told that it's in use, and then they're immediately closing it at 4 p.m. And this is more than 20 minutes away. They are anticipating my being excluded from use of the bathroom. I just want to be clear on the third party's knowledge of being documented engaged in monitoring, and that is also sexual group assault and battery in the bathroom while they are monitoring as well. And this is speaking to that exclusion from use of the bathroom on the facility grounds. And I just want to speak to also Imelda, or her name doesn't really matter. She's on camera returning the bathroom key. And the other female that came in is the black female with a bald head, and her backpack is in the room still, and she's engaging in monitoring, patrolling in and out, but no one has checked out the key, and I've been excluded from use of the restroom. It is 3:48 p.m. And there is no rule exercised on the limit to being in the bathroom whatsoever, but when I'm in the bathroom for more than 5 minutes, a third party engages in banging on the door, okay? This is for purposes of excluding me because I am documenting them engaged in P.O.C., and this is going to be documented as well. It's 3:48 p.m. That's a plane that's flying over the venue right now while the third party employee with long brunette hair is patrolling around in the office, and they're using the shredder as a means of audible activity. They're monitoring. Light is being directed inside of the venue. It is currently, like I said, 3:49 p.m., and this is just to speak to my exclusion from the ability to use their bathroom because they're monitoring me in the bathroom, which in no way excludes them from ongoing monitoring and the previous engagement and monitoring while I was inside of their bathrooms on camera. And the state was engaging in a flying over while they are in alignment monitoring me with that state's P.O.C. And this is awareness of that third parties have of being documented engaging in criminal and sexually violent conduct. It's 3:49 p.m. That's P.O.C. at Mercy House. P.O.C., the state flying directly over in an all-white commercial-sized plane as I am walking on the cameras, which I'm referencing right now while I'm still at 435 South Bonneview. It's flying south directly over my head as I'm walking through the outside where I was sitting on the bench eating. That's the state stalking. That is third parties inside of 435 South Bonneview monitoring with that state, and the state's light sources monitoring as well. Third party coming from the dead end, 3XCR, 3XCR 461. That is P.O.C. Driving back. State's flying over. I'm referencing the security cameras, signaling that I'm subject to ongoing monitoring. And that's P.O.C. As I'm walking out, that is ceremonial. Okay, that is ordinary conduct at Mercy House. Federal group stalking and monitoring, engaged in sexual group assault and battery. And this is why they also want to try to exclude me from being able to use the bathroom because they also know that I'm documenting them. And the state, again, convicting them further as planes are flying over my head while they are feet away sitting inside. And the state's fake sun remains, it remains here. Let me get a picture of it. While the state is directing light, mind you, into the room as though the state is directly over that window and that door directing light, and you've got the fake sun over here at the corner. ELMA 189 7EQM 871. And this is documentation of 435 South Bonneview. Third party facilitating venue, engaged in criminal monitoring in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 42A with every other third party such as 7YAK 905. Indeed, they are all acting in concert. 435 is monitoring right now inside of the building. They're all patrolling outside monitoring. 77175U2. 8EO 8867 8GCC 079. Alrighty, that's P.O.C. That's Federal Group Stalking and Monitoring at 435 South Bonneview, Mercy House. Both engaging in criminal monitoring and stating that they have no resources available to help me while they're monitoring me, okay? Understand that's the pattern of conduct. That's how third parties engage as well. You also have third parties that with one hand they are giving you a gift and the other they are criminally monitoring you because there is no exception. They are engaged in quote unquote homeless services, acting with the criminal, that is, the police, representing the state while they're monitoring me on their cameras inside of that facility, and that is what is documented, and that is what is published on the internet. And that is what they're engaged in right now. That's why the state, what I captured in real time as I'm walking from the bench, eating, state flying over my head as I'm walking in that park and flying directly over me inside of the gates of that venue. The state's fake sun planted over that venue and remaining as I remain, and the state directing light, not even in any manner that is in any way in agreement with its own position of its fake sun, okay? It's monitoring and it is asininity at the same time. 6JXL442, 5YLP. 5YLP 376. 8AKZ185, 7APT374, 8DEB822, 8SMU202, 7GWC520, 8SWY328, 3456, 6B1, 8U56677, 3NST216. That little lucky son took a quick turn down State Street. 6N63965, I believe. 7ZAD447, 8MPZ084, 6BJA101, BTSY932, 7AXS352. There's a heart, ULELI, 7ZWB523, and 6CHE670, 89459A3, 7NOW788. Uh, 4XNH869, 8NKK495, I believe, 6P63156, 5WYN105, 4ZXT162, and USPS again, crossing path, driving north past me on Bonneview under all the same facts, engaging in federal monitoring. 8KAU524, 7LUB155, 7ZKV693, 7XMG895, 9F34900. This is Complete Logistics Company. City of Ontario, same dumpster truck, 7GJE629, that's 7GJE629, 52502A3, 8GQG595, that's a paper plate on a stupid car, 32300F2, 59009T2, 5GNB189. You have third parties trying to engage in teamwork, concealing other third parties. Somebody with no plate driving slowly to cover the other third party. 5419992. Substantially similar. They are pathetic. Pathetic. And he's a stalker. That's how pathetic they are. That's so sad. He's driving a big old truck trying to supplement for something he doesn't have, and he's a stalker. 0713A2. 07134882, I believe. 7W99604. 6V78545. KJHL. That's just 4 letters on that plate. 8TEK417. 5RIX070. That is 6ZAW408, I believe. Let me get these over here. They are 8AYK867, 8EJS052, 3XFJ368, 4KCZ387. These are parked in front of Norman's Auto Repair and in relevant position. 8TED141, excuse me. 8CZR654, 8GWS615, 6XPX736, 27827G2, 7CNT017, 5KYR041, 79398F1, 8ESU540, 8DMG905, 5CGW 306, 5TFD 295, 8MPL 916, 7ZXM 663, 7CLG 243, 8EAW 444, 7W46111 UPS, 82263G1, 7YVV 407. And while UPS is passing, touching at the same time, the state is directing light as they are driving north on Bonneview, which is called impossible light activity. They're touching and stalking. 7YVV 407, 8HJV018, 7TXB 845 or some similar, BRK 451, that's a Florida plate, BG98Z32, that's a paper plate, 6FTEO 58, 8A83488 upside down, that's creative, 88099M2. Got some real geniuses around here. It's currently 4:03 p.m. And again, that was UPS touching, okay? Just like the state, acting with the state, touching with the state, stalking with the state, touching while stalking. 03492B2, 8NRT381, 17018A3, 66312B3 or 83, the last two, ATMM150. That is 71523H1 and 71Q. I think that's 694, substantially similar to that. BWAGS 19. Bill and Wags is a very heavy-duty stalker. You should hear them on my podcast where I captured them engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring upon stealing my private property. 5 BGS. I can't see the rest of that plate. Acting in concert with the state. Engaged in criminal summoning. Engaged in criminal threatening conduct as well. Acting in concert with the state. State is flying over their tow yard while they are engaged in P.O.C. Planes flying over their tow yard. Fake sun over their tow yard. BMWM 384. For some reason, I can't really see that one that well. 7G86230. BRTENDR. It should say STALKER because that's what you are. 8M. I'm gonna read this one again because I don't know if that's a W or M. Oh, 8MWM 384. And even with the extra mile to flash his brake lights as he knows I'm reading his license plate. This is the train, and understand the state's fake sun. So this is like they're all monitoring while they're standing in line on this side of the train and the opposite side of the train. This is criminal facilitation by the state, right? Enabling third parties, that is the people of the state of California, to monitor you with communication devices using all means of interstate commerce in order to do so. 5VSG 880. The train was used for purposes of criminal activity right now to create audible activity for monitoring. This is how and why every act has legal significance. I want to take a picture of Bill and Wag stalking. That's going to be relevant to their prosecution. That is 6VNA 519, 6HLW 878, 7SSL 497, 8FAB 698, 7WTB 261, 8CPY 630, 7TTR 540, 8JZB 108, 4JPV 189, 5HQV 695, 7D03015, 5UDC 192, FUNRS 11, 6BXX 266, 8SIZ 733, I believe, 7ZXC 025, 7RY B831, 18552V2, I'm sorry, 18552V2, 8GCC 079, 7XEV239, BFKA327, XP40324. This is, what is this? Oh, Bill and Wags again. Number California 6341. That's Bill and Wags at the front of the truck carrying an XPS Logistics trailer. It's Bill and Wags. 6WUF 839, 7K63369, 7JHS 246, 8KPB 884, 7SYV 246. I can't really see the rest of that one. This is 871E78. That's an out-of-state plate. Looks like Nevada. 8NLT 139. 8KPS 490. 6B NW 298. This is 6Y54329. Understand that's intentional activity creation, posing a threat. Everything they do has legal significance and they do it intentionally. 8LNM 266. Just like the state flies over my head intentionally, the state directs light intentionally. Understand that third parties are engaged in the same intentional conduct. All right? And this is what I'm speaking to. Blasting your music takes on a whole other legal significance. Q480CL2. I can't really see that one that well. 7SNF 619. That was 7SNF 619. 5AEW 712, I believe. 6T90027. 8BZC 410. 8FPC 975. I didn't really get that one that well. They're coming from Bonneview and Holt. It's 4:09 p.m. 6MCZ, sorry, 940. If you want to say 8, a lot of license plates start with the number 8 or 7. 4KFY 950. 5LBN 623. Here comes a group stalker meeting me at the street as I approach it. 5HBE 819. 7ZDS 385 and AVRT 599. That's an Arizona plate. N205E0, 5TJG 604, 8NIV 512, 7KXM 622. I think some of these I've read already. 92647X2. So understand 5TJG604 is engaging in criminal facilitation, intentional activity creation while they're patrolling. 60312H1, 47324U1, 5DGB578, 8RYV160, 8GQX461, 42532J1, 8NSR180, 7PAK458, 7W99604, 8Y54293, 6LWS305, 7LLM332. All at the intersection right here where I'm at the driveway rather, of Dollar General and the stoplight. Again, the state uses the traffic lights as a means of remaining in relevant position. They are one group present together, creating light activity, creating audible activity, monitoring, all of them in relevant position in the path together. That's what group stalking is. 8NJV532, 4SHG745, 7VGR523, 7JZL030. USPS again. 8871456 is the number on it, but it's USPS stalking. 8MWJ474, 8REU892, 8NSR180, crossing path again. 6FPV145. And in case I did not read, 4SHG745, that's a third-party group stalker stalking with activity. At the moment that I squint my eyes looking at a license plate, that's how closely they pay attention. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The psychopaths are flying the planes. The psychopaths are all around in the cars that I'm documenting. 07785N2. And mind you, as all these psychopaths are in their car, guess what's beaming on them? The state's fake sunlight. And they're all sitting here like they're normal. This is what I'm revealing about the state of California. Unprecedented criminality and closeted psychopaths. 7EJS 560. 8MNR 354. 5ULT 331. 7SJL 589. 6NEU 888. 7KXG 059. Just crossing path under the state's concentrated light that it's aiming on this area as I am moving. So it is present here, and they're just all in relevant position. All on traffic cameras as well. This is 7POV615. 8LFY 630. 65114M2. 808 9472. 7LGP 806, 8MZM 647, 7XBN 416, 8MMZ 917, 22734K1, SAUL 007, 02297U2, 6UVM 045, 7XP 725, I can't really see that one that clearly. These are driving east on Hope Boulevard right now. 8MG752 is the last three of that one. This one is 6XXD920. I can't see the last number, that's what that is. I can only see the 6 digits. 5323, 2P2, I believe. 6G8. 4204, 6UOX518, 4SRE503, Beltrans Towing, quickly crossing path, 6ADK414, 6RRV850, 8AYU953, 6591602, 5CQM771, 7JXR329, 5ABA624, It is currently 4:15 p.m. Fake sun right here over the Dollar General. Very, very much not helpful to Mr. in 5SOJ613 in relevant position monitoring off of that third party's presence. Okay? That's audible activity by another third party, while 5TID759 is in relevant position to me under the state's fake sun. Okay? That is 8DFBB826. That is 99319U2. That is, let's see. Oh, no plate at all on that truck. Okay, you'll see that on the traffic cameras. 1268X2, 7LUM872, 7ZXL404, 6GTB626, 7AAP873, 8FSF747, I believe, 7KK952, 7PBP777, 7XBS703, 6ZCW073, 7CT0795, I believe, 7WWN075, 86152T1, 6NYZ839, and while they're driving past, the state is glaring light, on the back of their cars, like a subtle flashing of light on the back of their cars as they're crossing path. The same combination of elements. It's P.O.C. This is 8N42496. Now this would be documentation. Again, this is already common sense. The state was over me walking east. It is still over me now walking west on the same street. This is why you document third parties. Right now, patrolling past while the state's also directing light on the building where it's driving next to, 7HAJ847. It's called Impossible Light Activity. Omnitrans. Stalking. Referencing its cameras, license 1545907. State's fake sun. Impossible Light Activity, monitoring with every other third party. That is again, 1545907, vehicle number 2363. Right behind it, 8LZP975, 4FHR521, I believe, 8FQR519, 25322C3, 17202C3, 8CJG693. Alrighty, that's P.O.C. There is no distinction between third parties. There is only distinction between the state acting directly and the state acting vicariously. Third parties are third parties. UHA 313. 6 GAL 479, 4 RUG 204. 8 HLS 247, 6 DCV 291, 8 CVR 378, 6 YZG 519, 7 DXG 116, 172801, substantially similar to that. I think I'm missing one. 75091Z1, 5GDJ 324, 7YJZ 929, I believe. This is license coming right next to me because I have stopped. This is what third parties do. This is license 93596M1, number 17832 on it, coming right to the basic auto repair Smog, located at, I don't see an address. It's right next to the Auto Parts Accessories J&V on Holt Boulevard. They are all in relevant position. I just want to be specific with where I'm standing right now. That is 802, that's right next to it. So this is basic auto repair right next to 802 Holt Boulevard. And let's get that very unhelpful sound where I'm standing at 810 Holt Boulevard. That's the helicopter flying over. Okay, license 7JIT 555, 8Z49618. 39793P2, 8KMK417, 7AOH402, 7ASH141. That was a helicopter at 420. 7GYN244, 8THS595, 8T34851, 8BLB181, 12305D1, 8CDH107, 6702OM2, 7NX941, substantially similar to that. 113043, that's an out-of-state plate. It's a different kind of plate, DZTNY71. And again, this license 93596M1, vehicle number 17832, creating prolonged light activity and pulling up right next to me while I'm at 810 Holt Boulevard as I stopped, okay? Helicopter flies right over while he is in relevant position, coming close into that vehicle to create audible light activity, not a coincidence of the helicopter's presence, okay? Not acting alone, engaged in monitoring with everyone else. That is license, let's get this, 7DLX608, 8LZG115, 7CWD116. Light activity on the red Toyota, looks like a Tacoma, with a red ribbon covering up the license plate. This is criminal monitoring and criminal facilitation of federal group stalking and monitoring, 8TFC077, 7VIR658, 6PAM413, 7FYU266, 8AXX725, 8RZY686, 8LAG927, or 297, excuse me, 7DBC801, 6T47837, 7GTT675, 7P34112, 6L37470, criminal monitoring and criminal facilitation of monitoring. While that traffic builds up right next to me, that's called relevant positioning and light activity. They're monitoring as a group. 7LGS091, JLX3472, that's a Texas plate. 8JMZ997, 6TEE830, 120N22, that's a Nevada plate. 6JNR979, 3L58234, 8NXE242, TRINA29, 15834C2, 6A1A058, Rocas, Fontana, I don't see no back plate on that. Oh, 4NG3981, but usually those are different from the front of the plates, especially when they don't want to be documented. That's a paper plate. 5WTC455. License, no license on here. 7POV615. License 6SCF735. 8BQJ009. 8DDU142. 5EQG933. 5WPF350. I'm walking past 744 Holt Boulevard. State is amplifying the sound of the train, and State's fake sun is remaining present and is aiming light onto Holt Boulevard as they're crossing path as a group. 4NLL334, 6NGS811, 8MKJ911, sorry, 991, 8SF S203, 5DNT108, 5NAP757, 0792, 4H2, excuse me, 7KSW796, 7VOW159, 90510D1, 7SXH929, 7TTY153, I can't really see that one that well, 8RGW449. Five LO8298. Understand, not only is this audible activity, this is the buildup of third-party group stalkers in relevant position. 22019M2, as they are patrolling in the Cardenas parking lot as well. Third-party group stalkers walking around on foot, monitoring the same. 8RFM519. FSBN035, I believe, substantially somewhere. 5YJZ246. 8P102P1. 1839-3H2. 8KFB161. 762N05. 6JEU212, 8JYU161, 7109, 5D2, I believe, 6UAA507, 6ZXR479, 3890L1, I didn't see that whole one, 8PXA900, 5WBL230, 8MYB968, 8AXM930, 11442W2, 7AOX381, 8RJE518, 5YTW200, 6LNL340, 35374T2, 5TZG151, or 57, or I can't tell if that's a 7 or a Z. 5ZZG151, that's what that is. Okay. 4TJP954, 48452N1, 6MID, 528, 8CLY 633, 81DC 777, 4YFM 899, 7ZAD 447, 00795M2, 15119G1, 5TLN 523, 6NDH 288. I didn't really see the rest of that one. Now, if you're listening to me read license plate after license plate after license plate, you should also understand, let me get this, 8MHN149, 8CKK866, and by the way, the state is directing light on the front of their cars as they're driving and on the back of their cars as they're driving, okay? That has nothing to do with sunlight. The state is engaged in, again, every incredible act that is ridiculously obvious with regard to criminal monitoring is a concession by the state. It's absolutely like idiotic. It's a concession by the state, and it is also convicting everyone as I continue to read their license plates. What I was going to state is, as you listen to me document license plate after license plate, this is that which should also demonstrate the very criminal conduct of the threat, the unlawful threat that the government poses by acting with every single last person in relevant position. All right? It is innumerable. By pure numerosity, the state is convicted by this unprecedented level of criminal conduct. All right? 5 MUG 451. And every single last one of them present vicariously representing the state. 4 YPD 094, making a U-turn at the corner because I have stopped right here instead of continued walking. That's group stalking. This cart on the asphalt behind me, same conduct as Stater Brothers. This is Cardenas. This is how you create activity in this sort of venue, making noise around me and chiefly using the shopping carts, right? Because that's what they have to utilize. 5ZAF 109. Third party making that U-turn in front of me, loud shopping cart sounding right next to me as I stop movement. That's surrounding with presence and activity while they're all patrolling. 7 UHL 291, 3596, 4A3, 159263, substantially similar. That's a California exempt plate. This is 7EDD 962, 4UVR 076, 61928A2. 8FJC 049, USPS, group stalking again, crossing paths, 7GTE 501, 6PVY 722, 8SOD 378, 6DRM 226, 5GGC 906, BTGE 949, 8MZK 858, 7ADR 033, 5GGF 023, 7ZJC 889, 99289M1 CHC0379. It's Arizona plate 6333 1M2 7JXN 861 8UJJ 102 7ZOP 813. Omnitrans crossing path again under the state's fake sun, and as the state is directing light all over the place like an idiot, 8NLC 488. 5XLZ 571, 7AVJ 829, 8PSZ 326, 8CNW 206, 03124T2, 7LZA 245. Did I read ZKMZ 338? If I did not, there you go. 38341L2. Group stalker in the Mercedes-Benz, the license plate that I already read. Loitering. 5ZAF 109, just sitting on the side. Plane flying over. 5 MUG 651, trying to speed off. They are cockroaches. Perverted, demonic possessed stalkers. The same psychopath driving these planes, all these psychopaths rolling around, group stalking together, and their secret is out. 04001H1, 8Z69360, 7R53388, 6LXH950, 7RFJ309, MYCHI2, FRIAS 72, 7KPH 926. They're in the drive-thru, going in reverse. All the hallmarks are present, by the way. That is 6 VFM 288, I believe. Let's get 6WSM258, 8PNH425, 6NQP338, 8D32915, 8S96E01 paper. This is 6UUB754, 7GOE940, 8MUJ514, 8UCP671, 7FJJ084, 7AYW763, 59892D2, 5GCM863, DU706 handicap plate, crossing path a lot, XP94717, 5LJE852 I believe, 5VXR190, 28153P2, 8M71829, 8SOR407, 7HZY972 I believe, substantially similar, 8GTU161, 6FOT384, 8RUG273, 6VYG969, 8CG1168, 8PEL736, 7Y46888, 8ELY893, I didn't really see that one that well, 5ZN, I can't really see that one that well, 6ZIA393, 7EGR491, 5BCF102, 8R53934. What is this? Cal Freight Incorporated, California number 458395. The number on the front of the truck is 19237. And it has, yeah, that's the license plate I read already, XP94717. 7FZH764, 7BAR300, 7GF7491, 6TTF200, 6YXC749, 42017G1, SEVN20, 86344D2, 7BRV969, 6RTZ452, 8JTM280, 39597C3, 8JGA128, I'm going to get your, I won't swear because I'm recording a podcast and because I'm a professional. 6W11160, 39597C3. It's just that third parties are very entertaining sometimes, but not really. 86960D2, 6EBZ768, 8PXL808, 07011A3, IZR B65, that's a Florida plate, BAL8347, that's a Washington plate, 7WNX207, 8A65273, 7AKR236, 7S29258, 7AKR236, I think I read that one already. 8SQW773, 7P29142. We got third-party group stalkers creeping on this little side street over here. I could literally go down and read all these license plates parked in front of their houses. 03555F1. I'm feeling in a very thorough mood, so I'm gonna go get this license plate. Goes out of its way to creep around and monitor me. I'm gonna go out of my way to document it. I am walking in front of I don't know what street this is on, but address 121, 122, 127, 130. I'll get to the street in a second. 7S87110, that's that license plate. I am on Holt, and I'll get to the street I'm on, because they're all monitoring. What they're doing, they're all in relevant position. I'm just getting the ones in cars, understand. Every business, every private residence, this is the crime engaged in by a state that is enabled with the ability to monitor you everywhere you are. And they can just sit up in their house while you're walking past or driving past, and they're monitoring you. Oh, while the state provides it, makes it even easier, while it's aiming fake sunlight and flying over their house where you are, creating amplified audible activity. Okay? I'm on Malcolm and Holt Boulevard. It's currently 4:38 p.m. 8CTH 665. Okay, this is a group stalker in relevant position. As I am passing what is Miramonte and Holt, you've got a third-party group stalker in the middle of the street with headlights facing me. That's light activity. That is the group stalking conduct, okay? Acting in concert with all these license plates that I'm documenting. They are in no way protected. They are acting as a group, engaging in criminal facilitation. This is why you document everybody, as many as you can. 5WGG783. You ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere, and you're not getting away with it. 6XOL530. 5LSS 883, I believe. Frontier 8L22994, monitoring. That's been a pattern. They're in Spectrum. 8GRL979. 7PPX 520. Okay, and understand, while they're patrolling 8TJ8059, a group stalker at Miramonte headlights facing me as I am crossing the street. Okay, that's the pattern. That's group stalking. All right, that's what that is. 7RX 777, I believe. 8A99975. 8Z86984, 6MYL410. Light activity, so they're engaging in criminal monitoring, and they're engaging in criminal facilitation of monitoring, okay? Such that third parties like I.I.S, Heart, MY, or something like that, substantially similar. Let me get 6B, let me get a license plate, hold on. 7ZLM286 is able to monitor off of this light activity that 6MYL410 is creating, okay? That's what Miramonte, that group stalker in the middle of the street as I'm passing it, is engaged in. That's what the third-party group stalker parked on the curb yesterday, touching me with headlights, was engaged in. That's what FedEx and UPS engages in as well, ADFL042 and Omnitrans, okay? Using those vehicles for purposes of criminal monitoring. It's the exact same thing. 8JJ Z570, 677-5782, 8 P.O.C. 913, 404-83D2, 7NFW 420, 7MGM 262, 7ZQN 698, 7GDS 852, 8FTV 145, 6XTA 406, 6TTX 244, 7RYL 283. Okay, you got third parties coming up behind on Melrose, which is not a busy street, but it is when I'm here. 7RVY283, group stalking, making sure I'm surrounded. 310-76A3. All right, and 23218KS, monitoring with 6MYL410, creating light activity, creating a threat to my very life and the physical safety and overall well-being. That's the legal significance of what you do when you want to create activity, monitoring with the government and every single person around. You're going to be prosecuted for that. Every single last one of them monitoring with that light activity that he's creating. And that's documentation of it. 6ZYC876. Every single last one of them and more, monitoring with that light activity he wants to create, and this is documentation of it. This is how you prosecute third parties. Those are just the license plates that I'm reading in front of me. Okay, everyone over here at the Shell gas station, in Wendy's, in AutoZone, in these houses all around in relevant position beyond this street, they're all monitoring together, posing an unprecedented level of a threat while they're monitoring with and on behalf of a government. You will be federally prosecuted for that. NNE 327. While the state is providing amplified audible activity. K4HIZ 894. Monitoring to that amplified audible activity. 7DID 495. Monitoring to that activity. 8HDG 144 with light activity and the sirens. 6VXZ 117. Monitoring to that activity. That's the state in the fire truck creating light and sirens. P.O.C. P.O.C. 1332549, 8SGN 158, 8ROT 680, 8LZL 285, 5RQA 843, 7GML 037, all of them monitoring with the state, providing sirens to boot, okay? That's what that is. That is 8MSS 938. They're going down with the state. 7NFK 407. All of them in relevant position. 86163P1. State is providing prolonged light activity. Understand that's exactly what the third party was doing. As this psychopath that is listening to me document its criminal activity vicariously engaged in by that license plate starting with 6MY and how I said he is going to be prosecuted, the state begins sounding sirens and creating light activity. Okay? Starts acting directly instead of vicariously, rather. That's what the legal significance of it. 5VIH 731. All right? In no way reducing in any way the prosecution that they're all getting. No way. You're understanding how it works cooperatively. That's the absence of coincidence. It's P.O.C. It's called audible activity. In relevant positions, it's called light activity. The state can in no way shelter that. The criminal conduct is already documented. And then the arrival of the state right here in relevant position, creating amplified sirens. The state is always stalking. That is the pattern of conduct, not helping that third party at all, okay? It's as damning as the helicopter over my head to that third party in every single last one of them. 24475K1. That's a heart, ALBI 6. Pepe is towing. Coming up on Pleasant. We're gonna get this license plate. 14450C2. That's 14405C2. Coming up on Pleasant, making sure that somebody crosses path in a loud vehicle as well as I'm approaching the street. Group stalking in Pepe's tow truck. 8J08149 or something similar to that. I'm at Pleasant and Holt. RCV 694 driving back onto Pleasant. Ain't nothing back there. Understand? As I'm looking in that direction. He speeds on right past to go back that way. That's group stalking. That's the psychopath. That is the psychopath. All right? There ain't nothing going on Pleasant Avenue. Nothing but group stalking. 8NNX666. U.S.N 852. 1884583. 8NNK 597. 5GC 236. 8R27672. 8NXF021. 7KDY 343. 8AKP 939. 7SRD 315. 7HCJ 637. 8H62 178. 6FTZ 318. 7DTY 702. Now they're going up and down Pleasant because they're crossing path. 7K 52051. Pleasant is to my right, so they're going up and down that street. That's patrolling. That's keeping me surrounded. Believe me, they're getting what they deserve, documenting all of them. 8 DUB 201. 988 RF handicap VIMALA. 5 SEU 202. 8V 79596. 7R 74. I can't see that whole one. 7J05456. 8 UIK 007. 8 JWN 582. That's how pathetic third parties are. Oh, they're so pathetic. They are psychopaths, stalkers. Now you got a whole bunch of people going up and down Pleasant after I said nothing's going on Pleasant, and nothing is going on Pleasant. Nothing but group stalking. But now you have a whole bunch of them. Also because I'm here, but also because I literally said nothing's going on Pleasant. This is that group think conduct. 5AHN 283, the absence of any intelligence while they're engaged in criminal activity. 5WW 2996, that's the state again sounding sirens. Creating audible activity while they're all in relevant position, creating light activity. License plate F150RRO 5ZV7 5ZV2722 1BOU 561 7YWS 780 8MCW 485 6RBW 099 3699 3H1 5ZEL 662 29728J1 7ADE 876 5KUZ 145 7NTZ 475 5MQD 086 5CGJ 373 8RCG 189 HAM 22 5AVE 280 3UDB 932 8HIL 686 7HDD 465 3L79530 3VAL 183 7J52 865 8F92664 6PHD 685 7UMA 843 7FLX 522 8RUJ 093 06153C3 7WTD 594 Ontario Police crossing path on Sultana, driving north on Sultana right now, crossing path, third party right here, aiming lights. That is 6PYV 044. Okay, acting with police at the same time. 8GZL 158 99979M2. Alrighty, that's called group stalking and monitoring. The sirens are audible activity while group stalkers surround in relevant position and you're being surrounded with communication devices. All right, on Pleasant, third-party group stalker remaining in relevant position, sitting in front of, let's document everybody over here on Pleasant because they're all monitoring. State just drove past, creating amplified audible activity. It does so because it is monitoring with communication devices in concert with everyone in relevant position. A sample of which is what I'm documenting, 8LLK412. All right, in relevant position to me as I'm standing at the corner documenting license plates, on the corner at Pleasant and Holt in front of, this residence number. I'm just being precise because they're all monitoring, they're all in relevant position, but I want to be precise with regard to where they're at. It's in front of a blue house at the corner and I don't see any house number or anything on it. Let's see, oh, there we go. 541 Holt Boulevard at the corner of Holt and Pleasant. They're sitting in front of, this is a blue house. And they're in relevant position to where I'm standing at the corner. Understand that's positioning that they're engaged in. And they're also creating light activity while they're engaged in positioning. Present while the state is driving past, crossing path with sirens. What you want to pay attention to is how AMR, because that's who that was, how the sirens stop after they pass me. Did you listen to that? Pay attention, run the tape back. It's P.O.C. That's what they do all night long while I'm at the museum. They are stalkers. Everything that they do is continuously damning to third parties. The state is always stalking with sirens. The state is always stalking with planes and helicopters. stalkers. That is in no way helpful or a distraction to documenting what are third-party group stalkers. They are present in relevant position while you're creating that activity. Okay? Prosecution, period. Done. 4WWX 300, 7WCD 517, 7TXR094, 7AEY 741, TURTLET, 8NRT 178. JXP 996, 51622F2, 6LKV 785, 8TCD 608, 60183C3. Omnitrans going westbound, number 1216, crossing path. (90310N2), 7VWB 802, touching with lights as I'm crossing the street. This is what happens when you're monitoring. 7FZG 844, and there are no exceptions. There's no claim for necessity. It's P.O.C. and the state is monitoring with that light activity. And in addition to that, they are intentionally present monitoring on behalf of the state. Okay, so 7CK A448. That's called amplification of audible activity. And third parties know that their activity is being amplified. That's why they're creating it. 7FZGR14, I believe. Turning into B&G Plaza. In relevant position as I'm walking on the opposite side of the street. On the cameras inside of that plaza. Black male getting into a green Toyota Camry on camera, engaged in P.O.C. in relevant position to me right now as I'm across the street. 8AYK 905, 406 80S1, 7JRS 370, 501 33B3, 8DTK 019, 8PQZ 225, 7FBH 487. Can't really see that one. Let's see. 9F 94760. Third-party group stalker on camera at Shiro, standing with his back to me in alignment across the street. He's engaged in P.O.C. He's got on a dark blue hoodie, dark jeans, and a hooded jacket, with white at the top. They're engaged in monitoring right now. It is currently 4:55 p.m. Understand what you're looking at. It's P.O.C. The black male in the Camry remaining loitering by the dumpster in the parking lot. He's on camera. He's monitoring. They're present, creating light, loitering in relevant position. They're like cockroaches. You're looking at them monitoring. This is license 60183X1. It is currently 4:55 p.m. 8 NDC 641. Can't really see that one. 925WR handicap plate, I think. 6NGD 730. Got FedEx engaging in P.O.C. Let's get this license plate. They are heavy group stalkers, providing their vans, providing their planes for purposes of federal group stalking and monitoring, and they like to touch. 79572Z2. It's 4:56 and they're driving west on Holt Boulevard. Third parties cracked me up covering up their license plates. Oh, it's so pathetic. Actually 77784K1. Sorry, I'm getting missing license plates right here. So funny, none of these cars have front plates on them. Not a coincidence. 7KFX 222, 99877P1, 8FJC 613, 8SFV 701, 8RFM 519 6XOD 725 8DT7 915, I believe. I didn't really see that whole plate. Omnitrans loitering in relevant position going eastbound. Right now, 4:57 p.m., showing third parties in relevant position in the driveway at B&G. They're all monitoring together. Third party male walking with black pants, a black backpack, red and black plaid shirt, looks like a white male or Latino. Monitoring. They're all monitoring right now. Omnitrans is passing right now, number 2359, I believe. And a plane is flying right over the building. It's P.O.C. It is so ridiculous, P.O.C. 457, all you got to do is document 24647L1, 7XNN 818, 8EIH 760. They are documenting themselves inside of B&G Plaza right now, 8HLN 821. All right. Okay, they are in relevant position inside of B&G Plaza at Shiro's Liquor, congregating around, okay, entirely focused on my position and what I'm doing and when I'm doing it, okay? They're monitoring in concert with these third parties in traffic that I'm naming by license plate. 7FOZ 307, AW30S46, that's a paper plate. I'm crossing the street now, going over to document some more group stalkers over here in the plaza. Let's get 8MBZ598, 7FBZ844, and this third party group stalker sits in the parking lot, makes the U-turn, turns on his hazards, and now he's parking after he was just sitting here. I'm representing the security camera. He's engaged in criminal facilitation and monitoring as well. Have a good old time, Brock. You can talk to him for that. 8RNB726, 8DNC644, 8HIZ496, 78CM281, 6RBT257. Stalker sitting in his car, gets out as I'm crossing paths. 8MMJ898, 7GTR923. All right, they were already in relevant position as I stood across the street. P.O.C. Third time sounding sirens. That's called amplified audible activity. Not helpful to any of them. Not helpful. Not helpful to any of them. That's called concerted conduct. Not helpful to 8RNV726. None of them. P.O.C. 4:59 p.m. That's Shiro's Liquor. That's siren sounding while third parties are in their cars creating light activity, loitering in relevant position. That's criminal monitoring, okay? That was Ontario Fire Department patrolling back down the street, crossing path, creating substantial light activity while they are all surrounding in relevant position in the traffic and in the parking lot, okay? That's criminal monitoring with communication devices. And it's called concerted conduct. They both engage in creating light. They both engage in creating activity. That's P.O.C. Very unhelpful to every documented third party. And the state's ongoing presence is damning for third parties as well. The state literally has no ability, if it's trying at all, to shield third parties. I'm showing you how it cannot. 5SRM 668, 65932U1, 5ZEL 662, 7Y YK 794, 7PNS 7PNS 023. All right, that's again the sound of the train everywhere, right? Okay. The state would say, oh, well, that's because it's on, you're on Hope Boulevard. No, honey, even when I'm inside of the farthest away that you can be from the train, up at Woodside Senior Apartments, okay? Documented amplification of the train inside of the apartment, okay? Third-party group stalker remaining present while the state is creating what is amplified audible activity. The state stalks with that all night long. The state stalks with sirens. The state stalks with planes. 8RNV 726, in no way helped by the state. That is all evidence against him while he's present. 7FRA 007. But he was also creating his own little light activity, loitering in relevant position directly across from me while I'm on the opposite side of the street, and then turning on his hazard lights and creating audible activity, just having a good old monitoring time. And that's all evidence against him. That's how you prosecute. It is 5:03 p.m. All right, I'm going to get these third-party loitering. 3XCR 461-6904 8W2 7CEY 076. That's a honking horn and plane flying over B&G Plaza. 8KPB 884. And that is while those license plates that I read are creating light activity while the state's creating audible activity, okay? And they are in relevant position. While I'm standing outside on the curb, everybody inside of Ultra personnel, they're in direct alignment to me. Understand that everywhere that you're going, they remain in relevant position. And this is how they are monitoring while they are doing whatever it is they're doing inside of Ultra personnel, they're also monitoring. That's why the state is flying over. That's why the state is amplifying audible activity. That's why the state stalks with a fake sun, by the way. That's why third parties stalk with light activity. Just like what this third party is doing here, 69048W2, aiming his headlights while he's sitting in the parking lot, right? Creating light activity at the same area where the state is flying over while they are in relevant position. That's criminal monitoring. That's all three elements. That's criminal cooperation. Okay, not acting alone. Third parties walking around with their cell phones. Third parties driving past with their cell phones. Third parties sitting in their car with their cell phones. Third parties sitting at the bus stop with their cell phones. It's P.O.C. It's 5:04 p.m. And that license plate that I read engaging in aiming that light, engaged in criminal facilitation of federal group stalking and monitoring, enabling everyone else to engage in this criminally threatening conduct together. 7NCE 616, 7RRZ 333, 6GTB 626, 7XKN 341, 7EML 540, 8SRG 946. So understand the nature of federal group stalking and monitoring. It's group conduct. And so you have them creating any activity whereby all the rest of them are able to monitor you as well. They are inherently engaged in criminal facilitation, not only engaged in the criminal act, but enabling everyone else to act with it. They are engaged in criminally threatening conduct. They're facing more than one federal charge, okay? This is incredibly threatening and criminal conduct, and it is group conduct. 7UDA 158. 7NHM 930. So understand that engagement in the criminal elements is the monitoring conduct. Engagement in the criminal elements such that everyone else that is in relevant position is also capable and more readily able to engage in that. It's criminal cooperation. They're passing the potato, they're acting together, all right? Helping each other threaten and target an American citizen. You're gonna be prosecuted for that, okay? This is 7TCK 176, 8CUV 706, 61891W2, 5VCD 684. They're all just crowded up at Plum. This is light activity in relevant position, by the way. This is, let me get these license plates over here. 6SOF 922. Understand this is a variation of being in Andy's Burgers. It's the same thing. If you're understanding what you're talking about, we're looking at the elements, it's the same thing. 75865A3 MDEALBA. I read that one already. And this is 8FOP 827. Understand that is the same thing as being in Andy's Burgers right here in relevant position as I'm crossing the street. In relevant position, creating light activity, lined up. That's a stalker back there honking their horn as I make a move. 5 BAP 664, 8 CPA 393. It is the same conduct. Yeah, I do see. You might as well come out. I'm going to get your license plate. This is 7 RGB 649 and the Altima sitting in the gate in relevant position, aiming headlights. 8 DLP 811, also touching while they're turning. Touching with light while they're turning to approach the traffic light. 7 VOV 398. 403 44C3. If I didn't read that one already. 6 PQW 171. Now what that was keeping presence at the light and on this side where I'm walking, as opposed to being built up in the drive-thru at Andy's Burgers. It's the same presence in relevant position remaining in the path, creating light activity while doing so. Either the state during the day with its concentrated light from its fake sun, and the state is directing light in multiple directions using that light source. This is how you create more than one shadow, because the state's directing light in all manner of directions. And this is also how you have light, shadows on the ceiling. Pay attention to my documentation because I published it. And why? Because the state did it, right? That's the psychopath that did that. That psychopath acting through 8 JAK 574, 8 DAY 678, okay? The government is revealing what is wrong with every single last one of them because they're all group stalkers. 6 PQW 171. Thinking up stuff like that. Stalking in police cars and ambulance and fire trucks. This is the great revealing of what are a bunch of closeted psychopaths who are stalking because they are monitoring for no legitimate purpose whatsoever other than the fact that they are obsessed psychopath stalkers with serious issues. Serious issues. And that's a matter of documentation. That is not mere opinion. It is currently 5:09 p.m. Alrighty. 8 EJS 036. Here comes another one as I step out into the street. That's what group stalking is. They stay ready. 6 WDC 416. BLXT 547. They come out of nowhere, readily present, okay, to create any kind of noise. Even if no one was physically present, somebody will make some sort of noise with simultaneity to that. Right, that's what group stalking is. It is keeping you present at all times, physically and with activity and with light. I am now walking north on Plum at the City Hall and Senior Center parking lot. And it's currently 5:10 p.m. Eight AJX 588. Light activity by a third-party group stalker remaining in relevant position in the parking lot. Not acting alone, just engaging in manning the position, making sure that no place, no location is unmanned with any presence or light activity. And this is the pattern. Providing light activity as other third parties surround. That's criminal facilitation as well as criminal monitoring. 8JLD 112. Oh, these are apartments. I've been saying the wrong address. Excuse me. It's 280 North Lemon. That's these apartments right here, in the same parking lot as the senior center and as the city hall, the Ontario City Hall. State flying over all of it to engage in criminal monitoring, aiming its fake sun over all of it to engage in criminal monitoring. They're monitoring inside of the city hall. Yes, documented that already. Same conduct documented inside of the Upland City Hall as well. Even gave a little mini speech to the mayor of Upland, the city attorney. All of them engaged in P.O.C. while Ontario police were present and congratulating themselves, handing out trophies while they're engaging in criminal monitoring with third parties. That's documented conduct. While airplanes were all over the city hall, while the state was sounding sirens outside of the city hall, and while airplanes were flying over and following me all the way back on my walk back to on Euclid Avenue, back from Upland to Ontario. Okay, they're not ignorant of that. That's P.O.C. The same exact P.O.C. occurring inside of City Hall. This is a state system, and I have literally documented every single aspect of it, demonstrating how there is no exception. There is no area where it's not underway. And I told that mayor that it's going to be political suicide to do nothing. You think that they listen? No. I'm talking about a government that really thinks that it is bigger than the law and that no one knows what is going on. I'm letting you know right now what's going on. This is the revelation. And it's not just about being a criminal, even though that is the major part of it. And again, I'm advocating on behalf of the ordinary targeted individual. Light activity, by the way, as I take my face mask off my head, the building lights around the Senior Center and the Ontario Ovid Family Library right here, all around me, comes on at 5:14 p.m. That's called light activity. That's called stalking with light. The state does that same conduct with audible activity. As I make any sudden moves, creating any kind of noise. The state does the same thing with its physical presence. Vicariously, someone coming out of nowhere, appearing to cross paths, to be in the path as I make any sudden moves. That's what they just did right now with light. All these lights around me came on at the same time that I took off my face mask, which was a sudden move. I did it very quickly. 5:14 p.m. And let me tell you about what else this psychopath does. Because it's listening to me document, it'll repeat the same conduct, and tomorrow it'll turn the lights on again at 5:14 in order to try to suggest, oh, it had nothing to do with me. That's the time that they turn on the building lights. That's the pattern of conduct that the state is engaged in. It is wildly pathetic. But this is monitoring, and it is monitoring documentation, and it is obsessively concerned with what I have to say about it. There's no way of getting out of the pattern of conduct. The pattern of conduct is that which the state is engaged in because it's monitoring with communication devices. And what I was going to state was that with regard to the criminal activity that I documented inside of the Upland City Hall last year, I'm sorry, that was in 2020, or was that in 2019? It might have been the beginning of 2020 or the latter part of 2019. And I am at the Upland City Hall where the state was flying over that city hall. This is what I mean by the just unprecedented level, the heights of hypocrisy. While they are wearing these badges and these uniforms and holding these positions in office, and I'm talking about the judges as well, and they are literally engaged in real-time criminal conduct at the same time, okay? They are not ignorant of the fact that the state is engaged in monitoring me and surrounding that city hall above in the sky and sounding sirens because someone inside of the same room where they're at is being monitored. They're not ignorant of that. The third parties in the room, sitting all around, engaged in P.O.C, the same exact identical behavior pattern, sitting next to me, holding their cell phones up on the side of their hips, aiming their cell phones at me. I mean, not even in a natural position. They're clearly just engaged in P.O.C while the police are sitting in front of me and they're holding a ceremony congratulating each other about how much of an excellent job they're doing with the community while they're engaged in monitoring conduct. Understand, this self-applauding ceremony they're engaged in is all audible activity while they're all monitoring. This is the hypocrisy. This is how nauseating it is while I'm documenting criminal activity. And it is very real because planes followed me there and planes followed me back, okay? And the mayor was monitoring me. The city attorney was engaged in monitoring. Guess what? They were in relevant position. Everything that they're saying is audible activity. They're engaged in P.O.C. Period. They're engaged in P.O.C. State was outside of the city hall sounding its sirens. I've been documenting this for a very long time. And this is why I am gathering as many third parties as possible. The state has no way of protecting them, and that is the beauty of documentation, and that is the whole point of identifying the pattern of conduct, all right, where the state is engaged in what is inherently group-centered monitoring conduct. That's what it is. There is nothing that you can do that is in any way going to contradict what is engagement in any of the three elements. So while you're creating sirens, that's not helping this third party that's in my path engaging in criminal facilitation. There's no argument whereby that is not the case. That's how a public entity monitors. Okay, a public entity is not a person. A public entity is an organization, if you will. And you have them acting through people. This is how the government is capable of monitoring, and this is what has been demonstrated everywhere that I'm at. That's how they're doing it. When I'm sleeping in a car, literally my very position, which is directly precipitating from the criminal conduct of a government, but understand how it is conducive to breaking down the criminal activity of the state. Okay, so while I am in this predicament that in no way I didn't make any choices in my career to end up being homeless and without a job, I have rights that were violated, and I stood up, made hard decisions because I have a right to do so. And guess what? The government that's monitoring you is criminally and civilly liable for that in a manner that has never been addressed by federal legislation. That's what I fully intend to make sure that the ordinary targeted individual, their rights are fully appreciated under federal law, because it doesn't exist. But like I'm saying, being in this position, it also affords the ability to become very, very familiar with the state's pattern of conduct, and understanding that the state is stalking with its sirens at all times, everywhere that you're going, for a reason. Okay? And when you're hearing it so much and you're knowing, oh no, they're not sounding sirens because it's an actual emergency. These sirens are continuously happening every time I'm making a move. They're stalking via the creation of this noise, i.e. sirens. Just like third parties are stalking with the creation of noise, slamming car doors, honking their horns, revving their ignitions, slamming something on the ground, kicking, making any kind of noise that they possibly can make. At the same time that I'm making this is constant surrounding with noise. This is a pattern amongst the state and third parties. Okay, they are one entity, understand, under a criminal system of monitoring. They are one entity acting directly and vicariously. That's how the state is acting. While I'm sleeping in a car next to a private residence on Fern Avenue, guess who is in relevant position monitoring with the state as it is around the other corner, less than maybe half a mile away, sounding its sirens, while it's listening to me moving inside of that car. That third party in that private residence and everybody else in relevant position is monitoring with communication devices, standing around, occurring out of nowhere, walking past your car if you make any sudden move. That's called crossing path. Okay? Remaining in the path, making sure somebody's always there. And this is a pattern that they engage in as a group. A group. Can you imagine that sort of conduct engaged in constantly by an expansive group of people? Okay, this is why the legislation is called systematic infliction of inhumane suffering. It is demented conduct that is engaged in by an entire group, okay, including those acting with representing the government. And that is conduct that is of a psychopath. And understanding, unveiling the state's demented pattern of conduct is understanding and unveiling what is the demented pattern of conduct of all the people that I am documenting. It is shared. Understand that. Understand that. That is not in any way an exaggeration. And not in any way whatsoever. It's 5:21 p.m. and this is another day of substantial documentation of what our third parties engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring in concert with the state of California. My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and there are images and video that accompany my documentation, as I often aim to include for purposes of understanding that what I am saying is actually happening in real time. This is no illusion. This is not any exaggeration. I have no need need to make up fantastic stories. I'm not doing this for funsies. I am not doing this because it is entertaining. I am doing it because not only is it happening to me, but I cannot fathom the ordinary target individual who has no way of even reconciling or confronting or being able to even articulate or understand the level of devastation that they would be going through. And so it is a form of advocacy on the part of another who is going through it and has no way to approach it whatsoever. I do not think that my skill set and my ability to understand and construe what is of the demonic and what is also equally criminal and applying that under an understanding of the law and understanding what is lacking from the law in order to prosecute a government engaged in this which is not addressed under law. I do not think that that is a coincidence either. I do think that it is serving a purpose and that is just the reality of what I'm doing. It's documentation for purposes of prosecution, for purposes of exposure, and for purposes of passing necessary, needed federal legislation to address every criminal tactic that a government is engaged in, which is very, very malicious. So you have to understand how the state moves. It moves very maliciously. And so it's pinpointing what that criminal intent is, what they intend to do, and prosecuting it for that. Not only do I know what you're doing, I know what your criminal intent, what your malicious intention is, prosecuting that, okay? And so anyway, it's 5:23 p.m. And that is the P.O.C. P.O.C. is ceaseless. Do not be under the false illusion that because I'm documenting during the day that P.O.C. is not going on. I think I've demonstrated that. All right, P.O.C. is ceaseless. I document as much as I can. I do have to sleep. I am a human being. I do have to rest. The state does not rest. The state is a literal obsessed stalker that listens to me sleep, even tries to engage in, well, not tries to, literally police officers sitting around the museum on Emporia, on transit, sitting around sounding their sirens. And talking, using their speakers, by the way, that's what they're doing. They sit around, I mean, these are, when I say psychopath, that's exactly what I mean. Psychopath, using their speakers to say hello early in the morning when they know that I'm sleeping at the museum. They have issues. And so this is what I'm saying. While I'm documenting third parties that are in relevant position, that is engagement in criminal element number 3, that's relevant positioning, while they're creating light activity and or audible activity, and then you're going to sound your sirens, which further, I mean, this is what I mean. They're psychopaths and they are unintelligent. It is that which is a great threat, okay? Now, okay, I could speak legally and I could speak personally because I do not fear that which is of the demonic. It is literally inferior. There's a reason why the state is focused on me. There's a reason why the state is stalking me, okay? And the state includes third parties. They're in the shoes of the government. And they are honed in and focused in on every word I say, every move I make, everything I do. Okay, and that is not an illusion. That's not in my imagination. That is a reality, and it is the absence of coincidence that the state is stalking in the incredible manners that it is, and that third parties are present. You are looking at the system. There is no guise under which they can act like they're doing something else, or that they're focused on something else. Just because they're wearing a badge or driving a company uniform, they're engaged in monitoring, and they are engaged in facilitation of that monitoring system with everyone else, including the government. And that's how public corruption exists in your face. Okay. And that's how demonic activity exists, right there, manifest in front of you. You just have to understand what you're looking at. You're looking at the engagement in criminal elements of monitoring, light activity, and relevant positioning on a constant basis. All right. So anyway, like I said, P.O.C. is ceaseless, and the psychopaths that are stalking with sirens and even documenting and providing evidence against the third parties that are acting with it as I document and publish it, including YouTube, okay? This is all of that which poses a threat to my livelihood. While the state is engaged in this criminal activity and you're engaging and targeting my content online, guess what? You are posing a threat against my livelihood as well, all right? You have stepped into the shoes of the government. You are engaged in P.O.C. while I'm documenting the government engaging in ongoing criminally threatening conduct. That's a position you don't want to be in. And this is what the government is doing as it continues to engage in this conduct, and I'm documenting the third parties online and in person, okay? Yeah, so it's 5:26 p.m. P.O.C. is ceaseless, and the state is present right now, hovering around, stalking, listening, on the edge of its seat, okay? Paying attention to everything that I do. And I don't say that you know, like I'm excited about it. It is the reality. It is what I've documented. It is what I've established, and I am focused on documenting the stalker, just like you would in any other kind of traditional stalker case. The stalker is the public entity that is acting vicariously through all the third parties, and that's what I'm documenting. Every single third party, as many of them as possible. And believe me, they are getting what they deserve. They are psychopaths engaging in identical behavioral patterns. Identical. You think it's crazy that the state is stalking with the fake sun? Understand these third parties are engaging in that same psychopath conduct, using their headlights, using whatever they can to make sure they keep their presence and keep me monitored, basically. Keeping me monitored. And that same psychopath, in every single day, I'm telling you, they are getting exactly what they deserve. All right, been documenting this a very long time, and in order to prosecute the public entity, I'm being very thorough, and the stalker includes the people of the state of California. You gather as many of those as possible, and that's what I'm doing. This has been another successful day, substantial documentation of third parties engaged in monitoring, obsessive stalking with that public entity that is the state of California. It's 5:27 p.m., and that is the P.O.C. It's 5:51 p.m. This is what the state is doing constantly as I sit here uploading. And this is what I mean by psychopath, obsessed stalker. It's just flying over again and again and again and again. And third parties in this parking lot where I'm at the senior center at 280 Lemon, those apartments where the city hall and where the senior center, they're honking their horns. They engage in flashing light. That's the state creating this light activity while they are creeping in the parking lot in relevant position, stalking with the state. Okay. And the state is just flying over again and again and again. This is what I mean. It is shared psychopath stalking by everyone that I document, not exaggerating. That's why you document them, okay? I am revealing how they are all engaged in that which is obsessive group stalking together. And that is 5:51 p.m. This is what the state is doing as I'm uploading my podcast, as I got through documenting those hundreds of third parties. Understand, those third parties are obsessed stalkers just like this state. Okay, revealing what the state is engaged in, which is obsessive psychopath stalking, flying over ridiculous amounts in airplanes and helicopters. Understand the third parties share that same exact quality, okay? And that's what I'm documenting. I just wanted to give you a sample. Like I said, P.O.C. is ceaseless, and this is what the state is doing as I upload my podcast. Using third parties skating past, using their prepubescent little children to create loud noise and audible activity. That's what the state does. Okay, all they're doing is surrounding with activity. That's the psychopath that I'm documenting. While group stalkers with their communication devices monitoring, sitting around in their cars, the state flashing around like a demon-possessed psychopath, sitting around monitoring what I'm doing on my phone as I'm uploading all of my documentation that I recorded today. Okay, everything is centered around me, literally, and that's what the state is doing. That's all it's doing, is concerned about me. Every third party I'm documenting, it is equally so. Okay, they're getting exactly what they deserve. They are psychopaths that need to be prosecuted. The state is acting with each and every last one of them. It's 5:53 p.m. and that's P.O.C. and that's what I mean by it is ceaseless. The state is an obsessed stalker. Serious issues. P.O.C. A55JP22 is stalking with light. This third party is touching with light. APUT368, both of them group stalking on Lemon as I am exiting from the 280 Lemon parking lot in relevant position as I am approaching the same way that I walk every night. That's third party group stalkers in relevant position using the hazard lights, the license plate that I recited. Third parties crossing path as I'm turning on my phone in order to document that, including 7GBC437 Omnitrans in relevant position. It is currently 7:33 p.m. and so note the time because Omnitrans's speaker on the opposite side of this apartment building, which is impossible audible activity, the state is amplifying the sound of its speaker saying no face mask, no ride on. That's Metro 102. I'm on B Street, and the state was amplifying that audible activity. Omnitrans is on the opposite side, very far away, which you are never going to hear from Holt Boulevard all the way over here as I'm walking south on B Street, okay? And that is while this third party is loitering in relevant positions, stalking. You got another one that's touching with light. This is two young men look like prepubescent little group stalkers, 5UXL298, making a U-turn in front of me in order to molest my person with light because they're monitoring with the state that's amplifying sound and acting through all of these third parties who are loitering in relevant position as I leave the bench at the 280 Lemon and walk back toward the museum. This is what third parties do at night. This is exactly why I'm telling you they deserve what they're getting, which is being exposed as the psychopath stalkers that they are. The state is engaged in stalking with a fake son that is revealing that which is a psychopath. I'm telling you, each and every one of these third parties are engaged in that same identical behavior pattern. They are stalking with light. They are determined to do so, and they have issues with stalking and touching. Okay, and this is what they are all engaged in. As I go anywhere, as a group, you have complete strangers that are engaging in conduct designed to keep me surrounded with light and keep me surrounded physically by their presence in their path as I remain anywhere and as I move anywhere. Again, you have the impossible audible activity of Omnitrans speaker, okay, on Hope Boulevard as I'm walking, and you have that third party that is in relevant position with hazard lights. 8KXU251 also touching, all right? They're going to be prosecuted for that sexual molestation, acting in concert with this third party that's just sitting in the street with the headlights on me. All right. This is license plate, and they're on camera at Ontario Town Square as well. State action is present. Not only is the state present vicariously, the state is amplifying sound. That is also indicative of state action. And the state is always stalking by plane. I've already established this. 7N10184. Keeps its turning signal on for purposes of light activity while it parks in the parking spot at Ontario Town Square. That's engagement in loitering conduct. That's remaining in the path while you are stalking and monitoring. All of them touching, that's attributed to the state. That's attributed to every third party. They are engaged in that ongoing criminal activity, and they are engaged in what is a sexual group assault. That's a legal concept, but no stalker is under any circumstances permitted to touch, especially not one that is the government itself. And they are all in the shoes of the government, literally stalking. I am documenting what is literal stalking conduct, and they are stalking because they're monitoring with the state, and they engage in this conduct as they are aware that I am in motion, so they are engaging in positioning. And while they are positioning themselves, they are touching with light, which is necessary for their purposes of monitoring with communication devices, and they will be severely prosecuted for that. Because you're stalking and you're touching, and you present a very, very sharp threat. That's license NSL. That's a Florida plate. Trying to speed off real quick. They are acting in concert with the state over here at C Street and no, I'm sorry, I'm at B Street and Lemon, and that was P.O.C, like I stated. And again, I was escorted, and I put that in quotation marks because that's what they're doing. They're just keeping me surrounded as I move in motion. It's nighttime. And so you have another third party that's approaching right now as I cross the street on both sides. This is the surrounding conduct at every angle. All right, so we're going to get 8COU225, 7UJC284, 7XXT155. They come out of nowhere, surrounding at every angle. 8AMU786. Psychopaths, stalkers. All of them touching. That's sexual group assault and battery while they're engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, and criminal facilitation of federal group stalking and monitoring. License 7YJP792, and that's another third-party group stalker honking their horn, adding some audible activity. Oh, let me get this one over here too. This is 8RMH614, plane flying over Ontario Town Square. Oh no, you know exactly what I'm doing. Go on ahead. And that's light activity that they're adding. 8TDR465. It is 7:38 p.m. And again, you have third parties in the parking lot at O Lemon. They're keeping the headlights on. They're in relevant position in the parking lot as I exit. They're present as I get to the next corner, which is B Street and Lemon. You have the license plate that I recited with the hazard lights on while I am walking the state, amplifying the sound of Omnitrans bus line from Holt Boulevard all the way over to where I am walking south on B Street, approaching Lemon. Impossible audible activity. That's the exact same thing the state does with Omnitrans acting fully in concert with it while I'm sleeping at the museum. And Omnitrans is engaged in group stalking. Okay? It's not, in other words, the Omnitrans is not ignorant of the fact that its activity, that its bus line, that its presence is a criminal means of monitoring an American citizen. That's exactly what I'm saying. In the same way that third parties are revving their engines and blasting their music and making U-turns in the street, and the state is also at the same time aiming light all over the environment while they're doing so, because it's not coming from their headlights. They're acting in concert together, and the state and third parties are not ignorant of that. They are psychopaths acting together, hiding on back streets, waiting for me to walk by, creating lights, stalking in their presence. They are psychopaths. I don't have to make it up. I don't have to exaggerate. All I got to do is document it, because they are doing a very excellent job of showing how they are obsessed stalkers with serious, serious issues, and very woefully unprepared for the ways in which everything that they are engaged in, which is that of psychopaths. I mean, crazy people. Ontario Police, 1503 465. Psychopath, stalker, only driving past because they're concerned about me. That's all they're doing. That's all they do all night long. Sounding their sirens, listening to me sleep, even using their speaker, saying random stuff like a psychopath stalker. Hello? Just because they want to wake me up or something. They're sick. All they're on the traffic cameras right now, Holt and Euclid. All they're doing is stalking every single last one of them. And there's another stalker at the back end street of Emporia where nothing is going on. They're in relevant position while the state is crossing paths while I'm crossing the street. Ontario Police, not a coincidence. That's group stalking. Just sitting on the back street at Emporia with headlights on. Ain't nothing happening at Emporia. This group stalker, license plate 7VCP046. Plane is flying right over at the same time. Ontario Police crossing path while I'm crossing the street. You're going to be prosecuted for that, bruh. Good luck. P.O.C. That's what group stalkers do. Sitting on a back street right now. Just sitting on the back street at the museum. The museum is closed. That train station is not in operation. And that's what stalkers do. Everywhere that I go, okay? It really stands out at nighttime because they sit around creeping with their headlights on. And they look like the stalker cockroaches that they are. 7WAY764. He's stalking as well. Just sitting in the street. I'm not even in the street. He's just sitting there. He's a stalker that can hear me narrating his criminal activity. That's what he's doing. 7WAY764. At the same time, the state is flying over me at the museum. Go ahead and touch. Go ahead. That's 7BOD289. Touching while they're stalking and monitoring. Okay? That's the opposite of a coincidence that the police are crossing paths. Okay, they're the documented stalkers. While the helicopter is flying over, and while they are sitting on back streets and surrounding with their hazard lights and sitting in the middle of the street with their headlights and waiting for me to cross path, meaning waiting for me to approach, while the state is amplifying, meaning creating impossible audible activity, because you are not hearing Omnitrans speaker from Hope Boulevard on B Street. It's ridiculous. It's P.O.C. And that's that straight up stalking conduct. Let's get this third party group stalker coming from the county building. 7CHE544. Train as a means of audible activity. And I just told you that the state is flying over as well and stalking by police on Hope Boulevard. Not a coincidence. 8AFU247. Third party turning onto transit from Hope Boulevard. They're stalking right now. I understand that they're monitoring every single last one of them, including the one on traffic camera right now at 743. I'm walking on the sidewalk. They're monitoring. 7RQK753. Another one approaching transit, turning onto Hope Boulevard. Right now at 7:43 p.m. It's a Honda Civic. They're monitoring. They go right into the turning lane. It's a Honda Civic. They're monitoring. It's P.O.C. 7WIL 208. Long old line standing outside of the county building, positioning. They're monitoring. Omnitrans on the opposite side of the street, 8387, and it's all the way parked up at the corner of the building, the banquet. It's past its bus stop. It does this in the morning as well to get as close to alignment with me as possible while the state amplifies the sound of its speaker. That's impossible audible activity, hearing it all the way over there. Do you know how loud that would be in your ears if you're actually on the bus? If the bus's speaker is really that loud that you're hearing it over 200 feet away while I'm at the museum? The state was amplifying the sound of that speaker while I'm on B Street and it's on Hope Boulevard. That's what I mean by all you have to do is pay attention to the details. This is third-party group stalker 86698M2. Monitoring with the state. Omnitrans 8387 going southbound on the traffic cameras. Monitoring with the state. Understand every time you are looking at them on that traffic camera, particularly in the evening and or in the morning when I am sleeping at the museum, they are monitoring. Okay? Specifically that bus stop, it's directly in alignment. 8 MAF 571, and the state uses that presence of Omnitrans to monitor amplifying the sound of its speakers, so it sounds like Omnitrans is on this side of the street, literally right here at the curb, like the bus stop is right next to this museum over here. When it is way across the street, you're not going to hear that loudspeaker across over the traffic and over at that loud volume. That's the state amplifying, just like I'm telling you it did while I was walking on B Street. Way far away on the opposite side of the street, Holt and B Street. You're not hearing that. What the sound is jumping over the apartment? It's jumping around the apartments? I don't think so. I do not think so. And it is occurring while third parties are surrounding me with light using their vehicles. Okay, that's called the pattern of conduct. And this is why I document, because I am speaking to that which is designed to sound too incredible to be true. I am speaking to that which was intentionally designed to sound that way, but it is the reality. Understand the tactics that the state that the state is engaged in. It is intentionally so, using what is a light source, literally a fake sun, using literally a fake moon. The sun and the moon are not rising over me. Okay, that's not what's occurring. The state engages in that conduct. Where I am, there's a moon directly above me at night. Where I am, there's a sun directly above me all day long. And it is not the sun and it is not the moon. The state is stalking with these objects in the sky, and understand, even reciting that is the occurrence, it is intended to sound that incredible, because who thinks of something like that? And what I'm stating to is that this is the reality of what the state is engaged in, and it is the psychopath. It has no reflection whatsoever on the target individual. And understand what I'm revealing about the psychopath that is engaging in this operation of criminal monitoring in concert with the people of California. Understand the people of California are equally psychotic, okay? Fully aware of what they are engaged in, fully aware of the fact that it is illegal and criminal. This is why they act maliciously, okay? They are psychopaths. That's the definition of a psychopath, by the way. You're not necessarily an axe murderer because you're a psychopath. Being a psychopath has to do with an antisocial defect where you're engaged in, contrary to how they conduct themselves. They're typically very social beings, love to be the center of attention, so, focused on the superficiality of everything, the outward appearance of things, the way that things look on the outside, and not very much concerned about the substance of anything, concerned about the outward perception, take pleasure in the suffering of others, while fully aware of that which is acceptable, that which is expected of them, depending upon whatever it is that, whatever status it is, whatever role they play in their family, in their social life, in their professional life, etc. That's what a psychopath is, okay? It's not based on being a murderer. You don't have to be a murderer. You can be a kindergarten teacher and be a psychopath, okay? You secretly derive pleasure from failing the little children in your class, but you do not reveal that because you know that that's inappropriate. But in the in the recesses of your soul, you actually derive pleasure from it. Okay, you look forward to it. You love it. Okay, you've got those for whatever criteria that you apply to that, whatever they apply, whatever criteria they're basing it on. It is something that they keep concealed to themselves. It is something that is entirely malicious, while it is in no way revealed externally that they are deriving such pleasure. That's what a psychopath is, okay? And this is what you are talking about. The state of California is engaged in, targeting American citizens and in maliciously doing so, and conducting themselves while engaged in this system as though it is everyday normal life, and it's not. And I have been able to systematically document that, which is I'm showing not only is it demented conduct, but all you have to do is pay attention to the details, and you see it's not even intelligent. The way they do it, it's not even sophisticated at all. Okay? And so there isn't even any grounds to try to defame the targeted individual whatsoever. You are talking about just abject rejection of the claims of a targeted individual, who probably may not have the ability to effectively describe or even understand what's happening to them. It can be very, upon realizing what was going on and I just started to document it because it was very, very weird. I just started to document it. It was so weird. I was like, I have to write this down. It's not funny, but it was just I was like, what is this? And it's just like, I'm just checking myself. I'm writing this down. I'm documenting it. And I'm going to go to different places. I'm going to test this. And so that's what my reaction was. That's what I did. And I can see how it can be confounding to the ordinary individual, but still I still find it to be an unnatural result to ultimately just reject what the ordinary target individual has to say and just dismiss them as being crazy. And the reason why it's unnatural is because that's the pattern of conduct. That's what the system is designed to do. This is why the state is using absolute strangers to follow you around, and they are following you. Okay, this is why the system is engaging in using absolute strangers to engage in that which is at the same time targeting you, but it is also passive aggressive. It's supposed to be. There are those that are better at it than others. And at this point, I am the targeted individual who is doing that which they have never encountered before. So this is new for them, meaning the third party is the state. Okay, it's never been documented. It's never been prosecuted. It does not even know how to react to it. And so I have just a substantial amount of just evidence. It's just, I have well gone beyond that which the ordinary targeted individual will ever have to do in order to prosecute. And that is by design as well, because I am demonstrating in totality for purposes of setting a precedent how you prosecute and incorporating every feasible circumstance or fact pattern that you can have. Literally, it's all happened to me, okay? Because it's all happened to me, I have documented it. This is how you prosecute it, okay? And so with regard to the state's tactics, it is entirely reflecting that which is a demented people. And whether one wants to, whether you can digest that or not, whether that is believable to you or not, it really does not matter. This is a government that is in black and white, in tangible evidence, objective evidence, documented as engaging in what is legally defined as stalking, and doing so in police vehicles, and fire trucks, and ambulances, and airplanes, and in helicopters. Okay, that alone is demented. Okay, that is highly abnormal. That's like an astronomical level of some level of disturbance. That's not your ordinary stalker. Okay, and then this is a government that is targeting an American citizen, and for what? For what purpose whatsoever? To ultimately just decide that one day, okay, we're going to hone in on you and we're just going to put you in a mental ward. For what purpose? I mean, it is purely demented, okay? You're talking about that which is of psychopaths deriving pleasure for whatever criteria that is based upon, however they are electing, meaning the state, however the state is electing, quote unquote, who is to be targeted. This is that of psychopaths. You need to understand what a psychopath is. That does not mean that you are a murderer because you're a psychopath. So the psychopath has to do with the personality defect. This is the knowledge of what is right and wrong, and the willful desire and diligent intent to continue to do wrong as long as you can get away with it, even when you are in the face of not getting away with it. I mean, just continuing still, whatever effort that you have to still try to, basically until you are chained down in a straitjacket, you will continue to engage in that. That's the level of disconnect that I am documenting, okay? And that is no exaggeration whatsoever. I am very familiar with this demented behavior, and it is identical. I don't need to know the face. I'm literally looking at the behavior. The faces become irrelevant. Okay, and this is how you identify what is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is behavioral. It is not individualized. It is based on behavior, and it is identical behavior amongst a group. Okay, and that is also intentional. So the state's use of strangers to stalk you, and that is exactly what it is. And the state's use of light, stalking with light in the form of a fake sun. Okay. Engaging in that sort of incredible conduct, which is demented on the state's part, in no way a reflection on the target individual. That is speaking to a whole box of issues, right? A whole big old gift box of mental issues, and that is shared by the third parties, okay? The government, the state that is engaging in this criminal system is revealing that which is shared amongst all the third parties. The government is acting vicariously through all of them. Okay, that's how the state is able to monitor you, vicariously. All right, and so I am speaking on a large scale. I am exposing a state's pattern of conduct for criminal monitoring, and I am also exposing what is the personification of that entity. Every single third party, they share that same defect of psychopath stalking, this obsessive concern with the targeted individual, where you're at, what you're doing when you're doing it, and making sure that you are monitored for whatever criminal purpose that is neither here nor there. It's not the target individual's concern. The targeted individual's objective would be to document in order to be able to prosecute it, okay? The rape victim, for example, any other crime victim, if you will, is not to be held accountable for answering for the reason why they were targeted and subject to that criminal violation of their person by the attacker. That you don't ask a rape victim, well, why did he want to rape you? That's not something that you would ask any other victim of a crime, okay? And that victim does not owe that response whatsoever, okay? That's totally inappropriate, okay? And it doesn't change when you're talking about this crime either, especially engaged in by a government, okay? So it is a total distraction, and it is an indication of that which is inherently biased for that sort of line of reasoning, which is not reasoning at all. It's disingenuous, and it is speaking to that which is more so aligned with blaming the targeted individual in one way or another, defaming them, and just dismissing their claims. And I'm showing how the state is the one that is mentally disturbed, okay? Stalking with a fake sun. That is very revealing about this entity, and understand the entity is the third parties, okay? When I'm talking about the psychopath, that is the third parties. It is the exact same behavioral pattern in each individual. The government is personified in each individual. That's what I am documenting. That psychopath stalking with the fake sun is that same psychopath that is stalking in their car, sitting on the end of the street, waiting for me to arrive, knows that I'm coming. That's why they're in relevant position. As I make any sudden move, they all come out at different angles, keeping me surrounded, and making sure that I am surrounded with light and by their presence. That's what group stalkers are doing. That's exactly what you just listened to. And that's a daily occurrence. Okay. And they are equally equally engaged in that which is of a psychopath. So when I am speaking to a behavioral pattern, that's exactly what I mean. When I am speaking to the absence of coincidence, that you are on the street that you are on in relevant position at the moment that it is not a coincidence. It is the system in operation. Monitoring is occurring everywhere that I am at on a ceaseless basis, and it is occurring through and by the people of the state. That is how this public entity is acting. And that public entity, that's documented, meaning it is already proven to be a psychopath, literally stalking with fake moons and fake suns, and engaging in use of inanimate objects to create any kind of noise, at the same time that you make the most subtle movements. That is severely demented conduct, that it is systematically engaged in, and that which is shared by every single third party indiscriminately. Okay, this is that which has been tested everywhere I go at all times. And I have been kidnapped, placed into jail. I have slept on the streets. I have slept in hotels. I have slept in the private residences of another. I have slept in my car, in another third party's car. Okay, it is at everywhere, at all places, at all times. And it is nothing other than a different face, same behavior. All right. And that's the ability to recognize a pattern. That's what that relies on. The ability to recognize a pattern and to not be distracted by a nuance and the identity. This is what group stalking is about. And understand group stalking is of the demonic. And if you, again, you can just replace that word demonic with psychopath, because that's what it is. And it is entirely malicious conduct, and it is that which is practiced by the entire group. And so, yes, if I were to go to, I've already been to El Monte, and P.O.C. was underway, police everywhere that I went, in the middle of the night, driving around in my car, testing this theory, police like cockroaches everywhere, okay? Everywhere that I went, in the middle of the night, just sitting around in the parking lot, on the side of the street, driving past me on the freeway, driving next to me in the street, at the stoplight next to me, everywhere, okay? That's exactly the same exact P.O.C., and the more I documented it, the more the police engaged in it. Then the airplanes came, okay? Then the police started kidnapping me, okay? This is when I was documenting more and more, and the state knows that because it's monitoring you. So it knows exactly what you are becoming more aware of and what you start to chronicle. Okay, so yeah, I'm stressing that. I'm speaking to it because it is very real, and I want that to be understood. I am not only documenting criminal activity. These are disturbed individuals. They need to be in straitjackets. They are psychopaths, fully aware of the criminal activity that they are engaged in, have been engaged in, and have falsely been, I would say, emboldened by that group conduct. And understand that's how demons work too. They're confident together, very, very, very shaky individually, okay? And nothing's going to help them at federal prosecution. Especially the state can't help them. No other third party can help them. There is nothing that they can say that will help them. There is no getting out of the P.O.C. You were talking about threatening criminal conduct on an unprecedented level by a government. There is absolutely nothing that you can say that's going to get you out of, in any way, facilitating a criminal public entity's criminal system of monitoring a targeted individual, an American citizen, that threatens their life. That's a level of threat that there's no argument or excuse out of that, period, especially when your presence is what the government is relying on in order to monitor. There's no getting out of criminal facilitation, period. And not only that, I'm speaking to that which is absolutely intentional conduct by psychopaths acting in concert for no legitimate purpose whatsoever. It is a criminal system in the state, and speaking to the devices of the state is unveiling what is that of a psychopath, and understand that the psychopath is vicariously in operation in each and every third party, and that's what I'm documenting. That's what I just wanted to stress. That's why I had to turn my phone back on, because you need to understand what they are doing, and it is highly abnormal. Highly abnormal. Each and every one of them need to be in straitjackets. They pose a direct threat. and especially the ones that are wearing police uniforms. They have no business being in law enforcement. They have no business in those positions of the government. And that is the overall purpose of documentation and arming the target individual for being able to prosecute, speaking to what is in need, and that is, there needs to be some serious cleaning of house with regard to the state of California and the corruption that is been concealed for a very, very long time. Okay, and I have literally swept out cockroaches from the courts, from the jails, of the police, and of the very people all around. You're talking about public corruption. Okay. And it is a very disturbing thing to witness, but it is that which needs to be exposed. And especially when they intend to do harm to the ordinary person. And I just am speaking on behalf of the one that I see it in my mind that cannot speak for themselves, and they're going through this. I just cannot. So that's why I do this. They deserve every bit that they are getting with regard to federal prosecution. Everything that I am revealing as to their conduct, the the legal repercussions of what they are engaged in, whether they realize it or not. Never having been confronted with what are the legal ramifications of what you are doing. Right? It's never been postured into a legal theory. All right. And so that's what is necessary. And that's exactly what I've done in everything that they do, from the direction that you're aiming your light, from how you are touching me in any way, a matter of form, from the very words that come out of your mouth while you are in the position of the government. Everything is subject to federal prosecution. You're talking about a government that's engaging in that and that is acting through you. And you're going to be prosecuted for it, period. So anyway, it's 8:05 p.m. and that is P.O.C. as I leave the bench at 280 Lemon Avenue, and I am surrounded, accosted with light, molested with light by these criminal, perverted, demented, demon-possessed psychopath stalkers that are listening to me right now. The police are hiding around in corners, waiting to sound their sirens, just sitting around, creating light, just driving around. They're psychopaths, literally, obsessed for whatever reason. But they are psychopaths indeed. That is the P.O.C.